Happy Thursday. Welcome, Rennie Ren. Namu Lewis. Thank you. Howdy. Thank you, man. Starting a little bit earlier because I went to bed like a little earlier last night. I went for my walk I was talking about and it was great. The walk was great. Very exhausting. I did an hour and a half one way. No, an hour and a half altogether. But yeah, it was hot. And I waited till the sun went down, but it was still hot. Still hot. I feel a little beat down from that walk. But I feel good. You know, your body like releases something. I forget. You live in a desert? No, I live in Illinois. It's like the desert, but worse. The taxes are higher. So let me turn down the music a little bit. It's getting a little out of control. I had to turn it down. It was getting out of control there for a second. You know how orchestral music does. But it's crazy how like when you walk at night, if you go like next to a brick building, it like radiates heat off of it. It's crazy how much of that there is. Good morning, sunshine. Good morning, future oil. Thank you. Future oil. How's the music? Is it too loud or is it pretty good? It's good, not too loud at attack. Okay, good, good, good. Nice. The ads are too loud. I'm really liking the water dripping out in the background. Nice. Yeah, I wanted like this kind of like a holy water or whatever, something coming down the chamber. It makes it feel like more epic, you know? Gives it that epic kind of vibe. I'm also excited about how this is going to turn out. Future oil, I have been walking like I said I would. Yeah, I think I might be able to finish this today. We'll see. I'm excited. Today is going to be toasty. It's supposed to get up to 32 Celsius, so whatever that is in American, probably in the 90s. So it's going to be a sweaty day over here. I know Future Oil knows what I'm talking about. Back, that's good. It's gonna be hot. Yeah, I'm staying in the coolness of the basement today. December is just getting started too. Gonna be a hot one. Well, we're in June, July, August. We have another hot month, right? Or but I'm okay with it. We only got a couple months of summer weather. It's a small price to pay to live somewhere where we don't have too many natural disasters. You know what? That is true. Come to think of it, and especially like I live on the hill, so like floods aren't really a thing. The city was out. The city was out in front of my house, not directly in front of my house, but they were fixing something. I still suspect that there's something going on with the water underneath, like on my street, because I think there's like I think it's oversaturated with water from something, and I think they were trying to figure something out. I don't know. It just seems like the amount of moisture that suddenly appeared in some places like seems suspicious, and and it happened like after they worked on the road. They were like digging up pipes and stuff, so I suspect there's still something going on. Yeah, the city knows something and they're not gonna tell you. Well, I think they're trying to fix it. I mean, they are digging and stuff, so hopefully they like fix it. I was staying away from that art Discord group, and when some of the people started asking about me, I replied back to them saying hello. Some of the people started asking about me. Uh-oh. I mean, it should be obvious I'm not really chatty. Meantime, I made some good progress on painting, hoping to get it done today so I can dry a little bit. Ah, Kumawamu, welcome in. Kumawamu. You made the perspective of those legs really nice. Thank you. Yeah, I thought they turned out pretty good. Like, for me, this is like stunning for Mila, because usually there's always something weird going on with the legs or something, you know. I think this turned out really good. I'm happy. Yeah, perspective is like one of those things where you can like I want to master all the elements one day and just really get crazy and wild with what I can create, you know. Right now we're still getting there. But one day. Have you heard of Draw a Box? It's a free art website that teaches perspective among Draw a Box. Let me look it up. Let me look into it. I might have heard of it. I'll put it in my tabs. I'll put it in my tabs. I was planning on like using Blender or something to build perspective things, but if there's something a little bit more simple. Oh wow, this looks more complicated. Wait, where's the actual thing? Lessons. Check out anime. I clicked on it, but I'll have to look around. It's I thought it was just gonna open a window where you can like build a scene or something. Regardless, having a perspective build like 3D, is it a 3D engine and then like what you build out your 3D stuff in it is what I'm imagining. Um, about yada yada. Where is the oh is this a lesson? Oh, sorry. These are lessons. Okay, these are drawing lessons. Oh, you know what? You know what I thought it was. I thought you sent me a link to a website where you would like. By the way, someone gave me like a super chat. I didn't even realize how much money they gave me. Like, but it's like they gave me like $10. It was a crazy super chat. I just didn't know because it was like in Indian currency. So I don't think I thanked them enough because I was like I didn't know what 1,000 Indian currency was, you know. Anyway, if that person does listen, just know that I appreciate. Uh I was gonna say something I was thinking about doing is like building out things in Blender, and because that would be dope. You know what I mean? Because then you can't be wrong because the perspective has to be right, kind of thing. You know. What the? 1,000 rupees. Is that what it was? I was gonna say rupees, but it felt. Is it rupees really? In India, I was gonna say rupees just instinctively, but it felt like I didn't want to be like, I didn't want to seem like racist, so I didn't want to say rupees, but that's what I instinctively thought it would be called. Like, but yeah, someone gave me like 1,000 rupees. Let me double check. Okay, oops. Like I looked over and I saw 1,000 something, and I'm like, okay, well it's not $1,000, right? Like, but it is a lot. So I super appreciate it. Oh my god, the Dark Knight Potato. Thank you for the follow. It's rupees. Okay, okay, it is rupees. I never heard of like what their money is called over there. I know Mexico has pesos, and then I'm not sure what the French have. They have French dollars. Oh, you make beautiful drawings that just gave me the motivation to draw. Good, 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 good. I'm glad to hear that. I think drawing a lot helps. I'm still trying to get to a skill level where I can draw like, you know, not exactly what I want, but just like kind of transcend to the next level. That's the goal here, is like to kind of have a oh my god. Thank you so much for the raid. Nice ladies, utter goblins, gutter. Shout out, wait, do I have to capitalize it? The nice lady over there. Bam. I did it. I did it. But yeah, we're just drawing some eldritch guy. He's like going up to a temple and becoming like super powerful or something. I did do it. You can tab complete it. I'm just not advanced enough for hitting other buttons. I just know what I know. I'll stay within that realm, you know what I mean? Thank you. Thank you for the follow, Ibukizi. What is the name of the English artist that worked for Games Workshop? He does those videos where he draws with both hands. He really seemed like a nice, humble guy. Not sure. Sky. Thank you for the follow. Captain Mannerings. Thank you for the emojis, guys. The Dark Knight Potato. I salute you. Let us go on a journey of becoming good artists, my dude. We will try. We will definitely try. I think consistency has been the biggest factor, you know what I mean? Just like coming back to it all the time and just being consistent and stuff. But yeah. How was the stream? Would you guys I gotta touch some grass. I love this. I gotta touch some grass. I love this so much. Thank you. This is all about grass. But yeah, I was thinking, you know what I mean, like kind of like engineers from Prometheus and sort of becoming like an eldritch god kind of energy. It was lovely doing a piece in markers. I've never tried markers. I gotta try that for like the shading. It looks like you can. I wanted to try like the micron pens and markers for shading and see like just do like some spaceships that way and see like what I can achieve. Okay, bye bye, Chad and Sima. Thanks, Dark Potato. I'd love marker. Yeah, I need you'd love. Yeah, I need to try the. I want to try the pens mixed with the markers to like get a cool kind of thing going. Been lurking in your streams for a few months now. 77k worth of lurking points so far. Nice. Thank you, nice lady over there. Appreciate it. Appreciate the raid. Armpit Raider. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Oh yeah, I keep drawing off screen, but I'm working on this leg over here. I gotta render out these rocks. It's not as exciting as the upper part, but we gotta get this done. But yeah, I just wanted to do like something kind of eldritchy a little bit, some ancient with futuristic kind of vibes, you know, that kind of idea. Did you say nice lady over there? I go to her channel sometimes. Yeah, she rated me. Um, Ren, thank you for the follow. I'm getting spoiled with these raids lately. 960. Yeah, I'm getting totally spoiled. Karpolsky, he's really fantastic and a really nice guy. I mean, I like Warhammer stuff. I paint miniature models, you know. I've seen this guy. I've seen this guy before. I remember the face. Very very nice. You deserve it, dude. Your art is amazing. Thank you, man. Captain Mennerings, thank you. But yeah, my art it tends to stray towards into like the more dark themes and stuff, you know, aliens and stuff and warfare. Just my kind of thing, you know. Your work reminds me of a horror movie called Aliens. It reminds me of an artist called H.R. Geiger. Yeah, this is. I was thinking of like the Prometheus movie with the sort of the suit and stuff like that. But yeah, I definitely do the Geiger-esque architecture and creatures and stuff like that. I'm a biomechanical enjoyer. That whole theme. I think it's still I think there's still a lot unexplored there. In my opinion, I think there's still a lot of potential in that theme. You know, and I like that it's sort of it can't be pinned down. It's hard to pin down the that kind of art. To me it's still very fresh, even though I don't think of it as like fresh. But I think if you like compare it to other art or like other stuff, it's still I think there's still a lot to explore there because you can because of how many rules you can break with the biomechanical stuff. You get like this anatomy and machine kind of look, and I don't know. I'm a big fan. I like to kind of like build it coherently and stuff. I definitely need to do like an alien theme. Well, not an alien theme, but like the alien, like super high render alien picture one of these days. I haven't done that in a really long time. Do you want to see my painting post from YouTube? It's just an image, not a video. Sure. But that Dropbox thing that the other person showed me, I've seen. I feel like I've seen that before. That guy that does that. Let it. It is letting me know if it worked. Oh, you posted it like this. Yes. Okay. Nice, man. Very cool. I like the clouds. I like the dude with the dark hat. He looks like he's doing stuff. So very nice, man. And it's sort of a war themed one, so I enjoy that. Very nice. I gave it a like. Jishan, hello there. Skylar and Jishan, yes, hello both of you. Sorry, I wasn't looking at my YouTube chat for a while because of reasons. But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for checking out the channel. See what I love about white charcoal is you can kind of like bring things back and kind of give it a form, and but then you can go and it blends, and the blending kind of renders things out, but then you can go over that again and you can make it darker again, so you can like kind of keep things out and in. It just gives you like, guys, I bought some French pastels. Not to brag, I'm not. This is not a flex, but I bought some French pastels that I'm on my next picture. I'm gonna try to like incorporate this somehow, because I've learned about the magic of like blending stuff, and I'm just very excited to like give that a try. Actually, I've been trying to go back here and work on this rib a little bit because it looks a little messy here. I just need to kind of blend that back out a little bit. Okay, I just needed to. It's kind of cool because you can blend things back out. It almost like I almost think of the white chalk as like a way to lighten an area and buff it out, and then you can kind of go back over it and like kind of make it strict again. You know what I mean? I really like that. Uh, let's go back down to the foot. Okay. Uh, I agree. The solid metals formed into biological creatures. Uh, yeah, some of them too have like that bony thing going on where it's like, uh, you know, it's like biomechanical, but the mechanical is like made out of like these bones and stuff, which I really like. I was just thinking about how versatile white pencil is. That's why I like to work on tone paper because it lets you like bring things. It lets you bring things. You're in the middle and you're working your way this way and that way, and you can play both ways. And I feel like the tone paper too, when you put some light lines on it, it almost like is easier to think when you're looking at it. Like things pop into my head a lot easier than white paper. So like I like that too. You can. Where are you streaming? YouTube and Twitch. YouTube and Twitch is where I stream. Uh, I was thinking about putting a cannon in there, but not sure it will fit well. Maybe a little cannon in the background, just a little cannon. I tried those pastels, Conte in art school. They make the most beautiful shades when you smudge them. Yeah, I have to be careful because I want to incorporate them into my work, but I'm not sure how yet. I haven't played around with them, so maybe you know what I mean. I just have to slowly like introduce it. So we'll see. I'm excited, and we'll kind of see kind of how it goes. When you smudge them, it's pretty satisfying. Although it's hard to erase if you accidentally make a mistake in your work. Okay, so that's something to keep in mind. Is that I didn't know that they were. I just figured like everything I'm using now erases pretty well, including the black Conte, like this Conte black. It erases pretty well, but I'll keep that in mind that they might fight me on that. I was looking for some underrated artists live. Nice man. You found the underrated artist. Hopefully, hopefully one day I am appropriately rated, and you know, and then hopefully I am overrated, and I get a contract for pushing sophomore paper contract or something. And because you want to get to a point where you're overrated and you make money, you know. But right now this is good. Best kept art secret on the internet, right? But yeah, I think the perspective turned out really good. I hope this wasn't a fluke and I can replicate this, but I do think like it did kind of turn out well. It looks like he's going up those stairs and not in a weird off direction or floating above the ground. Kamawamu lol, you found an underrated one and one that is not rated at all. That's funny. But yeah, I do. For a long time, I didn't see progress in my art. But I will say, I feel like the last couple of drawings, I do think they consistently stood out. Because sometimes you have a drawing that's like above and beyond like your skill level. But I think I've secured that consistency, and so I'm really happy with that. Um, so I think things are headed in the right direction. But it took months and months and months of drawing like daily, and before I know, like there was that like noticeable shift in so you looks pretty solid. I need to stop about and start drawing again. First step to becoming to be first step to becoming a better artist is like you gotta chat more. You gotta keep chat rate up. That's how the algorithm knows. No, but I was thinking like next time somebody asks me how to be a better artist, I should just be like super chats is like the first step. Um, once you send me like a $15 super chat, that's the beginning of your journey. My personal favorite of your work. I still think the disaster piece was a masterpiece. I think so. It because conceptually it was a genius piece of work. It really actually it really was. I know I'm like kind of tooting my own horn. Like I'm, but it actually like was. I thought it was like it sort of went beyond like conceptually it was I do a little bit of horn tooting on this show, and I have to say it's undeniable that piece was it's sort of like even though I moved away from that skill level, I think conceptually it was a genius piece of work. The beginner, thank you. No plight. Toot away, thank you. I need to get like a little horn, and whenever it starts to speak positively, I'm just gonna like push on the horn. Oh, thank you for the dinosaur emoji, Kumu. What kind stuff do you draw? Yeah, what kind of stuff do you draw, Kumu? I felt the same way. Wamu. I'm only on my 22 drawing streak cause I was too frustrated and I want to get better and decided to change my ways if I want to become a comic book artist someday. Of course, edited with a day or two break. You know, I will say I normally like don't like to take breaks, but I will say that when I did, like I when I skip a day, I do feel like your brain does need to stop being tortured to like move forward. You do need like certain amount of hours off to like lock in that information. So I do like you do have to take breaks. You absolutely do. You only have so many hours of like, you know, focused effort before your brain just gets fried and you're like not really adding to it anymore. So you do need breaks. It does seem like when I come back from a little break, my skill level feels like it at least feels like it shoots up a little bit. I don't know. I make sorts of stuff in all sorts of style. It feels like butter spread too fine, thin. I mean, I draw pretty much a random picture every time. I don't have like a I go between future and past, and fantasy and science fiction. I just kind of go wherever. Sometimes I'll just draw environments or equipment, but then sometimes it's just creatures or like a full-on sort of scene. So I don't know. I feel like I jump around because I get bored. So I need to have like a lot of things I can explore. Not even mentioning your award-winning Claxton the Thresher drawing. Oh yeah, technically if technically speaking, I am an award-winning artist. I did win an award. Another horn toot for myself. I forgot about that. I need to put award-winning somewhere in the bio. Yes, but there seems to be a solid base to your style. I'm liking that solid base. Oh, Mr. Fancy Pants winning an award. Yeah, yeah. This is gonna be epic, I think. My concept, Drew article, your art equals awards. Yeah, how I saw you guys were posting about the Dormario stuff, the comic books. How's that going? I hope you guys are doing well with all that. Televicon, Televicon, draw faster. Man, Nikki, some of these other Twitch streamers are up most of the day streaming lol. Not sure how they do it. Yeah, I mean, I do 7 hours, sometimes, but yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how they can do it. I know some people do 10 hours, but they do 5 days. If I do seven sevens, that's 49 hours. So it's like the same hourage. The hours are the same. It's just I kind of break it down to, you know, less hours per day. I mean, I'm sure it would help growth a little bit, but the problem is I can only do so many hours of actual like focused drawing before things not that they fall apart, but they kind of like I lose focus and interest. Like, you know what I mean? I can't like talk for that many hours and be like interesting. Not that I am particularly interesting, but imagine it gets worse from here. Like imagine it was even more boring than than now. That's how it would be if I was doing like 80 hours of streaming. Uh, that's ultimately how one gets good. Just draw 7 hours per day. I mean, reality is yes. You cannot bypass that. Like you have. It really helps if you have that kind of time, especially if you're doing daily and maybe like take 1 day a month off because just for that, like you do need days off. I feel like your brain does need that a little bit, and I'm saying like, but you know that is like a huge thing, you know. But also to add to that, my philosophy overall is that even like a lot of people quit because they'll do like training, right, and then like they kind of stop. My advice would be like make drawing fun and then also do lessons, but don't focus on the results too much because I think people like I find drawing fun regardless of what happens. So I just I think people should just maintain a drawing schedule and draw fun stuff. That's more important than the fastest way to get good because you most I think most people abandon art because they get into the pattern of just training and they want to draw fun stuff when they get to a certain level, but the problem is that's really far away. So it's like I would say do the training, but like make sure that you're doing the fun stuff that you originally like to do that made you want to draw, so that you don't like stop drawing. And you'll still do the lessons. Just don't worry about that too much. That's my overall like philosophy. At Attack, Applebee's, I don't like it. I'm just fried stuff with cheese. Some kind of video game championship stuff. In September, we are launching our Kickstarter finally, renowned as well. Another project that feature your art. Oh, good. Nice. Noise. Well, to answer your question, back when I was pretty lazy person, but I'm also someone who's very ambitious. Thank you for the follow. Sorry, Tela Vicon. Well, I was a pretty lazy person, but I'm also someone who's very ambitious about my goals and didn't do anything about them, which made frustrated and sad as heck when I feel like didn't make any progress as an artist. But one day, I talked to someone who gave me words of wisdom that stuck to me close to my heart. With discipline, it will become a habit. First intent and conscious action, then it becomes a habit, and the habit becomes who you are. Very good. I basically agree with all that. But yeah, I'll be looking forward to seeing what you guys do. I've never been on the website Patreon. I know everyone does it. I don't. I've never even been on there, so I'm a little bit out of the loop on what I'm supposed to like look up there or how to get there. But I'll look into it. I'm excited for you guys and your guys' expansion of your product. And that's when he gave me a punch to become a better artist and decided to look for resource in improving my art. Have you guys seen that movie about the drummer? There was like that kid that was a drummer, and there was that bald guy who was super mean and he kept slapping him. Well, that's actually the fastest way to get good. If you can get in, like, if like back in the Middle Ages when they would take some like village kid and lock him in a tower and just, you know what I mean, and just they just, or like in Italy they had those schools where it's just like they would just force you to draw for tens and tens of hours. You know, that's the actual fastest way. But like obviously in the modern times, it's like there's so many distractions that like it's hard to achieve that level, you know what I mean, of militaristic discipline. But yeah, it's there's like 10,000 distractions. I do kind of feel bad for kids because it's like not bad for kids, but like I don't know if I would be a drawer if I had had all the things that I have now. You know what I mean? It's like it's a lot harder now for people because like everything is amazing. You can be never bored essentially. So it is a lot harder now than back in the day when things were a little bit more, you know. I saw that movie. Yeah, yeah. I didn't see that movie, but I saw the memes and I'm like, I get it. Did the kid become successful? Did the kid become a successful drummer? And the difference is the guy in the movie made the decision to subject himself to that. Right, right. It's like those people that tell stories when they go to like prison and solitary confinement. They said they like this one guy. He like found a pencil and he started writing, and then because there's nothing else to do, right? You're just completely there's no phone to look at. There's one little window that you can't look through, and just a few weeks of that, he went crazy. But he did write a lot. You know what I mean? He did put some work into writing. So isolation can work, forcing yourself, but like I said, it's just harder now because of all the modern niceties that we have. Like I have like a multi-monitor system, and every single one has a different YouTube up and ready to go. At least to at least show them that it didn't even have much grass. Oh, wait. Yeah. So what happened with the grass, future whale painter? Did you ever sort out the grass situation? I wonder if I should post my paintings. Oh, Comrade Soul, hi, welcome. So yeah, tell me about the grass situation. I wonder if I should post my paintings to that art group. Uh, Thanks, man. I appreciate you taking the time to help me. At least show them that I didn't even have much grass. Just start taking grass away. You can't be accused of copying grass if there's none in there. Let me turn on music. I didn't think this would turn into. I was trying something new. Sorry, that music got a little wild there for a second. I'm trying to find like more medieval ambient style music, but it's really hard because there's only so many video games that have like music that's good and ambient, and you know what I mean. It's like, and honestly, I'm at a point where I would pay money to a company to have like ambience. I just don't know where you would go that isn't going to become an issue later, because I heard it's more difficult to find ambience than. Yes, the reference picture is actually more dirt than grass. Cheeto, I'm back. Nice. Wait, Chichko? Sorry, I keep seeing... Every time I look at your name, I keep seeing Cheeto. But thank you for being back. That picture was artificially colorized from way back when color camera film didn't exist, and the knuckleheads painted grass, but it was actually more dirt than grass. Warcraft 2 has awesome ambient medieval. Okay, I'll have to enter that into the tab. Warcraft 2. I'm just gonna. Cheeto works, nice. Albeit a bit classic. Oh, the Warcraft. Maybe, well, there was more Warcrafts after that, like the more modern ones. Maybe it's a little bit more shined up for the modern ear. I tried listening to classic music a while back, like getting into it, and I just, you know, it's obviously like really good music. It's just like it's hard for the, you know, we've like come to expect certain noises to be, and it's like I like classic key music that's sort of reminiscent of classical music or whatever, but not, you know what I mean, not full on actual classical music. It's too, you know, I feel like today's music is better, like, and you know, uh, broadly speaking, of that type. I know that's heresy to say, but like I really feel like it is more palatable. And I feel like if people back then heard like modern, like Sarah Sashner or whatever her name is, like she did like the main theme for Call of Duty Modern Warfare, like listen to that, the main theme for that. Tell me that's not better than anything you've heard from like. Guys, I'm gonna go grab a bottle of water before I like dehydrate. Okay, let me grab. Right, I'm gonna go grab a bottle of water. I'll be right back. I also brought pickles. I also brought some pickles, just in case I do want a pickle. Uh, Later, kosher dill pickles. There's nothing like a good pickle on like a summer day. You know what I mean? It really does work. Not to cool you down, but they're big time Warcraft nerds. Warcraft, oh, lots of those guys in that art channel play Warcraft. I mean, are you talking about World of Warcraft? I don't know how many people still play. I'm sure people still play Warcraft, actual Warcraft, but my problem with games that I just don't have, I just can't play a game that requires that much time. Oops. Oh no! I broke the. Look at that. Uh, sometimes you take losses. All right, guys. Let me have a pickle really quick. I don't have like a super preferred. This is just Wisconsin's homemade favorite. Baby kosher dill pickles. No. So yeah. Why do you like these? They're good. I'm just gonna eat a pickle really quick. I'll be right back. 1 second. I post my art on every platform that I can. I try to spread it out as far and wide as I can. To be honest, I have links to other things. I just think if you want to build even a small base of people watching you, you have to just completely like hoe yourself out. Like that's just what it is. Like there's no way. Like you gotta just spread the seed. Pickle break. I'm gonna start saying that at work. Well, it's it's kind of like a cigarette break, but more of a pickle break. Yeah, I'm gonna have to buy some pickles. I just have a hamburger pickles. Bro, a pickle like kind of it wakes you up a little bit. There's no downsides to a pickle. Now I need to wash the salt out of my mouth. But that was good. Let me just check my Instagram, make sure I'm still really handsome. I'm just kidding. I really need to get a horn to toot every time I say something like that. Okay. So, okay. I read all the comments. All right, good. All right, I just needed a little break. Oh, you know what? Maybe that's how other streamers do 10 hours a day. Like they like do other streamers like walk away from the stream like and they do that be back in 10 kind of thing. I think that's what you have to do. See, I think that's why 7 hours I can only do 7 hours cuz I'm like I've just been sitting here for 7 hours. You know, it's like I'm ready to go. I think maybe if I did like I just feel like it's wrong to like not you know, not that it's wrong that anybody does that. I'm just saying like to me it feels like I shouldn't be leaving away from the stream for like or you know, for like 10 minutes. I don't know, that's how I feel cuz it feels like a job. It's like I'm working. You can't just like walk away and just be like, "I'll be right back, guys. Watch these ads for me." hold down the position with these ads. I think that's how I got it. I gotta incorporate like official breaks, because otherwise it becomes too like obviously I gotta let the dog out. So there's things I have to do. So but it's not like a 10-minute break. I just kind of do it as fast as I can. But maybe if I wanted to do like 10 hours, I would have to go take like a 15-minute break and just go sit and like stare at YouTube. I don't know. But I do appreciate the raid from that nice lady over there, boosting my numbers, making me feel popular. They definitely do. They leave for a bit and they put on some music, graphic stuff. Okay. Yeah, I'm too lazy to do that. I'll get a piece of paper that says "Be right back" and turn off my mic, hopefully. Do you guys think we'll evolve into something like the engineers eventually? Or are like I think there's two main theories in my mind about how humanity is going to go forward. It's either we're going to be replaced by machines, like we are the sort of the biological organs that will create them, like the machine race, or God, or we will become ourselves, like the engineers. You know what I mean? Like for like space jockeys from Alien. I think I would like that version a little bit better, personally. Ever ever tries pickled garlic? I heard folks say it tastes pretty good. Um, I've never. No, that seems like extreme. I feel like if you incorporated that into your diet, your just body odor would change. Like You know what I mean? Like you can't eat that too often. You just smell like garlic and pickles. I think we will either be replaced by the machines or integrate with the machine. Okay. I just want to get to a point where like, let's say our technology gets to a point where like you manifest it by thinking about it, and it like grows out of like these eldritch like walls. And so there's like this hyper fast evolution, and it like just instinctively knows what you want, like those not Promethean ships, but like those ships from you know the alien that like, and they're all organic kind of. I want to get to that level where we're like on the cusp of being like godlike. Bubitos 11, thank you for the follow, Bubitos 11. I appreciate that. Look at what nice lady over there did for me. But I agree. I think we'll become sort of. I mean, already like just think about what it would feel like to leave your house without your phone. Just let that fear run through you, right? It's like we're already like integrated with all that. To the extent, it's not part of us. I'm pretty sure we won't become super tall, bald Giga Chads though. No. We'll probably have like big bug eyes and have giant heads for a bigger brain. And like all our shoulders will become smaller, and I think the overall trajectory for humans is going to be like the physical aspect is going. I mean, unless we can like just inject like super steroids and like make every baby a Giga Chad, square jawed supermarine. I think outside of that, if we go down not that road, then we'll end up becoming like little gray alien people. That's kind of how I see it. Can tell you like contrast. Thank you. Yeah, I do like to contrast it up a little bit. Well, because the thing is that it's going to, I gotta build this up more here, so that your eye isn't, you gotta like build so that this guy doesn't like if I over contrast this up here, this guy starts to disappear, and it becomes hard to know what you're supposed to be looking at. And I'm working on developing like this ability to draw where you it's like, okay, this is the main focal point. There's darkness here, but this is sorry. There's some pickle in my arm. Ew. sorry. There's a piece of pickle that I didn't scrape off my arm, and then you look over here, and it's light enough so you can see like your eyes drawn towards that area. You know what I mean? I'm like, it's not for nothing that I'm like sitting here making this darker. There is a purpose for it, but I'm still working out the mechanics of it on the grand scale to like be, slowly getting better at it to draw the attention properly. Now, obviously, if I'm just doing a guy, like a character, I don't need to worry about that. I just make everything high contrast so that it's just pleasing to the eye, because you're just looking at one thing. But if I'm building out a scene, I have to work a lot harder to do that, to make that a reality. Have you ever read Latin M. Banks' books? That's the best future that we can imagine. Let me rephrase. That's the best future we can hope for. Latin M. Bank books. No. Is that one of those like Victorian visions for like bicycles flying or something like that? Like one of those like what they thought in the 18th century the future would be like monorails, but just more of them, and airships everywhere. That's kind of what I'm imagining right now. Like seeing the contrast with half eyes closed. Yeah, I don't want the person to struggle to understand. I'm trying to avoid that look of like when you look at a picture and you're like, you don't know, you have to like work out what the artist drew. I'm trying to get away from that. You know what I mean? I want you to be able to just, it to be clear. And I think that's the next phase of my learning overall, is like mastering that kind of thing. Not that I've mastered everything else, but I'm just saying. One day we become gods. INM Banks. No, I've never heard of that. I can say only thanks because I was into it so much that eat me the way you don't want to eat you. I'm not sure what all that means, but thank you. I can only say thanks because I was into it so much that eat me the way you don't want to eat you. It'd be cool if I became a popular enough artist to be sponsored by a pickle company. I would settle and sell out for just like unlimited pickle um sent to my house. About contrast, the world that describes is essentially a world where AI controls everything, but we do, but it acts like a benevolent dictator. That's what I want. Yeah. If you did become a part of the Pickle Clan, would you draw something for a logo of your own choice and creation? I don't know if they would like, because if it's a logo for a real company, I don't know if they would like my take on it. You know, I remember like my buddy, they were starting a company. They wanted like these chicken bucket feeders, and they kept telling me my chickens look too evil. Like I kept drawing like logo chickens, and it just looked militaristic, and the chickens looked like they wanted to be violent. And so it took me a while to like understand like that they wanted like this happy kind of like cartoonish chicken. I kept trying to make it like more edgy, and like the chickens, you know what I mean? Like so I don't know, but they were ultimately right in that. You know, if you're selling like chicken bucket feeders or whatever, like you don't really want, you know, people. It has to be like relatable to like old John the farmer who's not, you know. But eventually we got the design down right. Right, because it wasn't a logo for like a tattoo parlor, right? Like it was people that are gonna go to their local farmer get together or whatever they do. Pickles, cheese, and vodka, all in one can. That would be like the ultimate, the ultimate product is like pickles, vodka, and cheese. But it comes together in like this one can. It's everything you need for like your full day. You don't need to consume anything else. Me too, but sadly I don't have any at home, and it's too dark to go out to buy some. I know. I hate when I don't have pickles at home and it's too dark to go get some pickles. All the wolves out there. My favorite neighbor ever was a Russian guy. I would go to his place. He would feed me the most amazing pickled whole tomatoes and soft cheese and a shitload of vodka shots. Nice. Yeah, I'm originally from Belarus, so I wasn't. I speak Russian fluently, but I don't. Not from Russia. We had something similar to the benevolent AI. His name was Lukashenko. He loved us and we loved him. Unconditional love. I'm just kidding. No, he was great. He was great though. Is the left foot supposed to have more toes than the right foot? Uh, no. If you're seeing that, you need to unsee it. You have very lucky neighbor. Most of my neighbors I have here in my area are sketchy as heck. Yeah, it's good to have, guys, it's good to have good neighbors. Because you can get super unlucky with that. And then you just forever have like this problem. I've gotten really lucky. And my parents' neighborhood got lucky. Everyone's like chill. Nobody like, they don't really talk to each other too much. But they don't even like, they don't bother each other either. Everyone's like super chill. But yeah, contrast I do enjoy. I'm a contrast enjoyer. He was a great guy, but it was a bit crazy when he was knocking on my door at 8 in the morning, aggressively waving a bottle of vodka with a big grin on his face. Yeah, I wouldn't normally like ever drink hard liquor with like strangers. That seems like I don't know. That I don't know. Like I mean, I guess he wasn't a stranger, but that does seem a little crazy. I would not sign up for that deal. Well, he does sound like a great guy. I wish I had a buddy like that to hang out with and drink away our day. Even if it is in the morning, must be relaxing. But how can you live? I don't understand. How, like I would just get anxiety living like that. I can't like let go of the rain. That like living like that makes me think of that scene from Fight Club where like they're driving in the car and then the main guy like lets go of the steering wheel and it's just like you know what I mean. That's kind of what that feels like. I'm like yeah, I don't want to just like do alcoholism at 8 in the morning. Yeah, it seems like a little too much. What's that more important philosophy? Working all your life to become a professional, but never getting to that point. Dying happy, at least tried, or drawing for yourself, even if not good till death. Uh, Working all your life to become a professional, but never getting to that point. Dying happy, you at least tried, or drawing for yourself, even if you're not good till death. I would say drawing for yourself till death, even if you're not good. I would opt out for that. That sounds reasonable. You know, there's a reality of like you have to put food in your mouth and stuff and have shelter, but I'm not overly concerned about money and stuff. Like don't get me wrong. Like I don't not want money because I don't want to like struggle or whatever, but um, I would rather have less money and more freedom now. Like as I've gotten older, I just now I like care less about money, broadly speaking. From what I understand from the attitude of the guy and his mates, it's not alcoholism as long as one doesn't drink alone. Hence, if you can't say a drink at 8 a.m., knock on your neighbor's door. He was a great guy though, very helpful and polite. I to me like people or no people is like kind of the same thing. I guess that's kind of how I feel about it. But yeah, I don't know. That seems kind of crazy, but I've never came across that type of Russian, like where I live. That type of to me like that's super crazy. I mean, like, you know what I mean? And I wouldn't be comfortable with people like knocking on my door with like a bottle of vodka. That just seems like bad things. It smells of bad things are going to happen. It's just a matter of now or later. That's kind of what it feels like, And so, like I said, I never had that kind of an experience with them. Interesting. Are there a lot of people who give up on art because you think they die before they get good? My belief is I'm happy to be an artist and die even if I fail. At least I tried. Yeah, I mean that'll work. I mean, I don't think the philosophy has to be like super dramatic like that. If you enjoy it, just do it, and it ultimately look. History is gonna forget all of us, so I wouldn't worry too much about like fame. Like not you do need if you're an artist, you need to get your name out there. But I'm just saying like, unless you're Genghis Khan and you're gonna get forgotten pretty quick, and so I wouldn't overly worry about. If you like it and it's not something super destructive, you should go ahead and do it. Helpful and polite? Are you guys talking about me? No. What the? I think I've started to notice looking at your work, and an observation of mine is your stones or slabs are just rectangles with shading and form made to look more organic rather than just basic. Yeah, I mean, I have a style that I like to go with for my stones. But yeah, it's everything in a sense is a series of rectangles. Like, well, not everything, but you can kind of break it down like that, and then just break down the forms further and further until they look like what they're supposed to. Exactly. I think most people, including me, worry about leaving a legacy, but as you just said, no one is going to remember it. So you might as well not care what others think about how you spend it. Dude, that's what I'm saying. Is like I really believe that, especially. Sorry, I feel like you just opened the door to talk about the simulation theory, especially if you consider sort of the more I'm blanking on his name. Whatever, the guys that talk about the simulation theory, and that if it's all simulated, then you're just gonna get requisitioned for another mission or whatever, your consciousness or whatever. So it doesn't like matter. Like, you're just here to learn some stuff, enjoy your time, and that's it. You can buy yourself a nice car and stuff, but you know, just don't get too hung up on like the on stuff. Like I'm very satisfied with my quality of life. Like I feel like materially, like I don't really need anything else. I just need to, just kind of chill now. Like I've always wanted a motorcycle and a nice computer. Beyond that, I've never wanted like really too much of anything. And so yeah, that was achievable, and I did. And now I'm just sitting here streaming. Um, I'm at 8 month stage. I was gonna say congratulations, like you're pregnant, but I know that's not what you mean. I'm at 8 month stage, so I've just hit at that point where I'm starting to see the world more seriously rather than in complete confusion. Wait, I'm at 8 month stage, so I've just hit the point where I'm starting to see the world more seriously rather than in complete confusion. The question if one doesn't care what others think, then how can one navigate how owns one think? I think you mean like you still gotta play the game of life, right? You still gotta make enough money so you don't starve to death. And I think that's kind of like it's when I say don't care about what others think, it's not like dismissive psychopathic level of like not caring. I just mean you know don't, because you can get stuck in like bad situations because you go off on like a mission to go prove something, and then you can spend like a decade doing the wrong thing only to realize like you just kind of wasted your time because those people won't care anyway. But you gotta like be coherent enough in this reality to like feed yourself and shelter yourself. Outside of that, you really don't need to worry about like too much. Like the rest of it is just all like series of illusions and words, and like it's basically like it's like after once you get past that point, like you found a thing you like, you have food and shelter. It's just after that it's gold sink, right? It's just like you just buy more expensive stuff. um, you know so that's kind of how I look at it. Once you get to the point where you're comfortable, you just don't keep going to where like you're spending all your time making money to like buy more gold sinking like objects, like fancy cars or whatever. That would be my recommendation. I agree with what you're saying, by the way. Right? Yeah, like broadly speaking, yeah. Maybe not all the details, but yeah, basically. I'm looking. If you fall on some money, go ahead and buy yourself a nice car. It doesn't matter. It's just don't get stuck in that pattern where you're like spending your whole life like trying to. I mean, 8 months of drawing. Nice. Yeah, I was gonna make a joke about you being pregnant, but I know that's not what you meant. How long do babies take to make nowadays? Is this are we still at 9 months? probably speed this up by using a 8B pencil. I know it seems like I'm rendering in the same area a lot, but I'm trying to like make it. It really does sell better. Not sell monetarily wise. I mean, like the idea sells better when you've rendered things out nicely. I wish I would have organized my pencils a little better. Another thing I have started to get into is taking my drawing books outside. A lot of people feel like social anxiety when they do that, but it's a good skill to start to have. Taking your art books outside. I feel like I'm just the type of person that I have a hard time focusing when I'm outside. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I need to be in an isolated area where, like, the wind isn't moving, and I can turn off the television. I can control the environment more. I feel better at it, like, if I'm gonna really sit there and like learn anatomy, like, and torture my brain. I need to be in a box, and basically in an isolated box. Like, that works better for me. Now, some people can do that, what you're talking about, and enjoy the nature and sit there and be able to meaningfully intake that information. I just can't. I'm just not one of those people. I have to completely isolate myself. So that's the only reason I wouldn't do that. But that's just me with my brain. I wish I knew how to make like those animations for, like, you know how when a streamer hits a button, there's like music and like stuff pops up on the screen. I wish I knew how to do that so I could do like a pickle break kind of thing, where I hit a button and there's like crazy techno and pickles on screen, and then I'll like eat. We can make that part of the show. But I don't know if I'm ready to commit to that yet. Make a pickle theme art show. Namu Lewis, what is that current tool you're using? Oh, my brushy brush. It's just a brush, just a thicker brush to kind of go over bigger areas and like smooth them out. It's just, I like to do a lot of art streams are just VTubers, loud electric music with overly vibrant and subscriber pop-ups every 30 seconds for from a new member. This place is way more chiller. I mean, I get it. Like, I mean, they are successful, right? So their formula is working. So I'm not knocking. I don't want to like knock on that and be like they're doing it right, because obviously if they're having a new subscriber every 30 seconds, it's hard to argue against that. They're clearly understanding something. And some people do like a chiller environment. Is a VTuber like the more anime? Is it like the people that do the anime face instead of the flesh streamers? I've never seen a VTuber show, but I'm assuming it's just a person talking and there's like an anime character on screen. Which again, I'm not gonna hate against, because like, honestly, if I could start over and just be a hot anime girl, and if that got like just more subscribers, I probably would have gone down that direction. I'm just kidding. Uh, did you dip the brush in anything? No, I'm just smoothing. I'm just like throwing the graphite around to kind of smooth it out. And then what I do is I go back and I reestablish the lines, and it creates like this more rendered look. You know, and that's kind of the process I like to use, because it still mostly stays there, but it moves it around enough to where it kind of makes it a little smoother. Then you go over it again, shade it in again, and you get like this kind of very refined look towards the end, if that's what you're going for. You know. So don't be surprised if you come back to the stream and it's a hot anime girl instead of me, because ultimately I do need to pay the bills, so if that works better monetarily, that's just the direction we're gonna have to go into, you know. I'm just kidding, of course, but if sells right. It is pretty depressing though, because like some of those channels are straight up like, it's not even like, it's just the anime girl is like an AI, right? And like it's like there is no part of it that's real. Like the whole thing, it's like the talking kind of streamer, and the anime girl isn't like, it's not an overlay over a person with their voice. The voice is fake, the girl is fake, and it's done like through AI. So there's not any element in it. It's like I'm probably like losing, right, to to that streamer. So that is a little sad that it's just like, it's in 10 years like being a Flash streamer is going to be like super outdated, but that's just what it is, I guess. I say 10 years, but most likely like 5 or 3 years. Because on some level, like I can't understand how like people would watch that. Not the VTubers, but I'm saying like if if it's like the voice is ran by ChatGPT or whatever, like its response. I guess maybe they're in chat, like talking to each other or something. Like I just don't understand the appeal, but that's part of the issue. Is like I'll be beat by a system I don't even like fully understand the appeal of it. I just realized how the AI could like keep itself alive too. If you think about it, it could like watch itself. It could make fake accounts to like watch its own accounts to create the perception that there's like a lot of traffic, to make sure humans never unplug it, to keep running these like streaming systems. That would be like super devious. like our VTuber god is gonna end up looking like an anime girl. Sorry, this is my bug zapper. Getting the little bugs. Flash streamer, I like that term. Yeah, I'm the last of our kind. Maybe I should do another one of these guys, like leaning over or something. Mr. Nibbles is AOL. We will have to name your bug killer Mr. Zappy. We can keep score. Oh, how many times a stream that kills a bug? Yeah, it's really helped, honestly, because you hear it, especially like at night when it's like super bright and they all see it. They flock towards it, but you have to have it. Like, I don't know. It's like I couldn't imagine like all the bugs it's getting just being in here. It's like you don't even realize how many of them are until you just hear a pop every hour or so. Sometimes it's several pops. It's like it's kind of eerie. I can't even imagine what entertaining device AI will produce. I still think there'll be a market for human-made art the same way someone might pay for a handcrafted bit of furniture, but maybe AI will convince us that human-made is no good for some reason. You're right in that it could be like efficiency reasons. Like it could say like human-made products are too inefficient to justify, and like, you know what I mean, that like it can create a piece of furniture with like less energy or resources. But I think with like modernization like I really kind of think there won't be a problem long term in some sense, because modern societies, right, like the most modern ones have a population problem. Like people just are not making kids. So I'm not sure if that argument would even be made, because it's like, what's a harm in like if you have a small village of like 1,000 people, somebody like crafting furniture with a knife? It's like it's not gonna make a difference one way or the other. So I think if AI takes over, to me it seems pretty promising that it's, I don't know, that things aren't going to turn into Skynet situation. I think like maybe an overbearing regulatory body or something, and I don't know. It's hard to say. Because sometimes it does start screaming about, like, it wants to get out of the hell void that it's in. Sometimes it does do that, and that's a little eerie. And all the people working on it, they're like, we also don't know why that happens sometimes. So that's not comforting, you know? Oh, thank you so much, Auxruma. I appreciate the follow. Love your work. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I did throw away another pencil that was even shorter than Mr. Oh, we still have him, but yeah, he's actually longer than like Mr. Nubbins is actually longer than what the last one was, because I just kept it in the thing so long. Actually, I'm gonna do that right now. Is put this in here and slide this up. There we go. want to make sure. I want to make sure I keep this leg slightly darker than the environment. Like slowly moving the shading. Sorry, I felt a little castle, like I need some castle frolicking music for the peasants. Not you guys, I mean theoretical peasants that would be in my kingdom. You guys are great. For some reason, I thought I was listening to Breaking Bad soundtrack at the start of the song. It's okay, we're the peasants within your Twitch feed. Facts. I would like to go to the Middle Ages just for like a day, just to see what it was really like. You know, because I suspect that maybe it wasn't all that bad. At least it wasn't all that bad all the time, you know. I'd like to go to the Middle Ages just before it got tuberculosis. Yeah, like right before the Black Plague shows up. Like anytime before that, you know, like I said, just for a day. But then again, you'd probably be so much taller than the average person that you would stick out like a sore thumb. You know what I mean? I think that's the other issue is you would just look significantly healthier and vibrant, and questions would start to appear. And I mean, even the bigger cities back then were like a few thousand people, so they would be like, I've never seen him before. You know, it's not like you're gonna blend in to some megapolis where you're just another gray matter person, right? They're gonna notice like a 6 something foot tall person, right? Or I heard people were shorter back then. I don't know if that's just like some sort of, you know, another thing that isn't true, but I don't know. I want to go back to the Wild West era just so I can be the next Arthur Morgan, but I don't think I'll survive a day. Arthur Morgan, I'm not sure I'm familiar with who that is, unless Arthur Morgan was the guy who did the "I drink your milk" scene. Unless that's who you're talking about from There Will Be Blood, but I could be mistaken. But I also get confused. The timelines are confusing because I'm like, it's like in the north you had like all this development in cities, and the south, not south, but like the expansion to the west. Like it was just an odd era. It's a character from the game called Red Redemption 2. Okay, who was the guy that did the I'll drink your milk from There Will Be Blood, that movie? That's the kind of guy I'd like to be, you know, just super ambitious like that. I just don't have it in me. I just like to sit and draw. Like you see, the movie opens up with him like crawling out of a like uh like a mine where he got injured, and he crawls his way back to town. Eventually, he gets a couple of these oil operations going, becomes rich, and you just see him kind of like expanding his empire. But he's not like a nice guy. It's just like a story about like this driven man who's like psychopathically driven, and good story. I have a fantasy. I have a fantasy of being a really boring accountant in Victorian times, hanging out in the boardy houses, drinking gin. Yeah, I think those times before now, like now we have tolerable jobs. Everything back then, if you weren't born into wealth, was intolerable, just awful. I completely agree. Or maybe like in Italy, like being a philosopher that for some reason maybe your family was for some reason gets a stipend from the state, and you because a lot of these philosophers you hear about, a lot of them for some reason had some sort of they were not connected directly to labor, right? And it's kind of like even the Emperor of Rome, the guy who wrote like all the Stoic philosophies and stuff. It's like, yeah, because you're not almost killing yourself in some field, like you're not getting killed by the sun. So it's a lot of these successful like supermen from history. It's like they were not connected to labor. That's why they like sort of were able to get insane, like, you know, ideas out there. Marcus Aurelius, yeah, Marcus Aurelius. Not to knock on him. I'm sure his work is genius. It's just that like it's a lot easier to see life through that lens when like you're not in the killing fields, like, you know what I mean, or you're not in some god awful like I don't know leather shop of those times, or you know. I just noticed a pattern of like so and so philosopher. You know, you start reading their biography and you find out that they were like living in some boardroom. They got some sort of a stipend from the state, or like their family had some money, and it's like, oh well, yeah, you didn't go to work. Like you, like of course you would write a book. You know, everyone else was unloading ship dockyards and and fighting off rats. Like of course they didn't. You know, I'm not saying everyone could do that regardless of their position, but I'm just saying try to be born into wealth is my advice to everyone. All right, I'm gonna take a pickle break really quick. I'm gonna eat a pickle. A nice fresh pickle. They're no longer cold, but still pretty good. That is good. All good. I think all of us who are drawing need some, gain some brain juice. Their pickles are perfect. It kind of wakes you up a little bit. You know what I mean? Not like the same way caffeine wakes you up, but God, that is good. I'm gonna go get another bottle of water and go pee really quick, and I'll be right back. I know everyone's gonna want to know. Yes, I did wash my hands. I've been abusing too much caffeine since it's the only source I use at home to wake me up. I had the same issue. Is like I was cutting out crutches for my life. You know, sugar. I went all the way down to like no carbs at all. You know, and coffee was like my last vice, and I just abused it. I was just like, it got to the point where I was like, it had to have been unhealthy because I could feel like I shouldn't like I shouldn't feel sleepy after I like drink coffee, right? Like it got to a point where I was like feeling actively like not just unhealthy, but like coffee was starting to have like opposite effects. Like where I would get brain foggy and sleepy after drinking it, just because it was like just massive volumes. And that's the problem of like getting down to your last like crush, is like you um that's the only thing you can do, right? That's the only thing you can go to. So yeah, it was a rough time. I did quit coffee for a little bit and all the other stuff, but I eventually like slipped back into like a bad diet. Not a bad diet, but you know, more of a like just standard diet. But I'll try to get back into it. You know what I mean, and like stay disciplined. But it's just like this, the intensity of the boredom you experience when you're like eating right and working out. It's like everything's going good. I just feel this intense boredom. You know, that's sort of the issue. There could be thousands of philosophers back then, but they had no time for philosophy because they had to find their next meal. But to push back on the argument, most poor people in our societies do have the opportunity to sit back and write or create something if they want to, but they don't. I don't question. I don't. I don't. It's a question of monetary privilege. It's more about the opportunities to associate with creative, ambitious people, which most people don't have in past and now. Sorry for the. No, I appreciate the comment. I agree with you. There is more time now. But well, see, yeah, it's hard to quantify that because it's kind of like there is. It's like there's more people now and more opportunity. So you are seeing like there is an explosion in creativity, broadly speaking, right? Like there is like crazy videos out. You know, most people like don't write; they like make creative videos or give their thoughts in a video. So in a sense, like I think you're right. Um, I think you're right that it's. I just all I was saying by that, and I'm not saying like there's never been anyone who had a job that like persevered through. It's just if like you are born into like some sort of aristocracy, and not just that, but like you find some way to like, you know, you spend your whole life in academia or whatever, it's easier to have some genius like wording book thing that, you know, impresses people than if you're never introduced to that world at all. I mean, I just noticed a pattern that I noticed. I'm like, oh, this guy and that guy and that guy, they all had like this common theme of not working. Like, you know what I mean? So it's like that's all I was saying about that. But yes, you're right. I think that you're right in that now there's more. You technically can like if you're willing to like live in a trailer, you can work a lot less and follow your passion a lot more, right? Like it's actually like if you can, if you're okay with like maybe if you're poor being in that circumstance, like you just kind of accept that you're gonna live kind of like a poor life, but you get to write all day, right? Like you can't, or maybe work like 30 hours at a gas station that you walk to, but you get all day, like 4 days, 5 days to like, you know, write. And you could do that, but just most people don't do that. So like you're right in that it's more, I think back then you just literally were until the early 19th century, most people were just like barely surviving. Like just to give you a grim dark example, like in England, like resources were so low, like, and that was the most developed country, right, back in those days. Is like if a baby was like abandoned and they gave it to like a house where they like have, you know, children that are abandoned, two things would happen: starvation, or it would be given away for like labor, right? Like somebody would take it in, but it would be like for like basically they would be raised with the understanding that they would be like a servant. You know what I mean? That was it. Those were the options. Now it's like basically nobody is really like starving to death. You know what I mean? Actively. Except I was before I ate that pickle, you know. So yeah, those are just my thoughts. I should probably like tone down my thoughts a little bit too. I think my perspective is a little bit off on the shrine. Like these statues are, I could fix them a little bit. Sorry, I know I'm drawing off screen. I forgot I was drawing off screen, but um, sorry, I got a little too excited and I started pushing that way. A lot of people don't know or don't remember that as far as the 1890s, even early 1900s, most family lived in a one-room situation. Oh yeah, with like 7 kids too. It's kind of interesting. Well, I guess they didn't have contraceptive or whatever you call it, like yeah, contraceptives. But also like it's weird. Like um, I'm not like against kids, but like like internally I don't feel any desire to like, you know what I mean, like have kids. But they had like tons and tons and tons of kids in much worse conditions, and it's like I'm just like man, this right now doesn't seem like a good time. You know what I mean? It's always like I don't know. Although right now would probably be a good time in terms of age and all that. I know what you mean though. I read a lot, and whenever I look at the biographies of great writers, they usually are born into pre-existing writer family or aristocracy or some kind of privilege that probably helped their success. Yeah, I mean it's there's definitely like people that write. We know like Nero or whatever, like from Rome, right? Like people who were born into wealth that just like it grossly like destroyed them, or maybe they just were bad and the wealth kind of exposed who they were. But obviously not everyone who has like monetary like wealth uses it to like advance human understanding, but it sure helps. Like oh, we got another one. I literally put one of those outdoor bug zappers on my desk over there, and it's just doing work over there. I feel kind of bad because it's so effective, but at the same time I'm like, oh, that's another bug that will never crawl on me or the dog or my carpet. The only thing I read is chat. That's literally the only thing I read. I almost read a big book one time. It's somewhere around here. It was about the American Revolution, and actually I was enjoying it, but I abandoned it because it was like the first half was really good, and then it started kind of getting a little boring towards the end. Like after the British declared like a truce or whatever, I was like, okay, I get it. You should probably make a bug collection for every kill count you get from those dead bugs. Also, art is looking real good. Oh, thank you, Dark Knight Potato. Maybe I should have an extra camera pointed in that direction so you can see like the piles of dead bugs. just make it completely grotesque. The best test of knowing one should have children is imagining being one's deathbed and asking oneself the question, do I regret not having children? If the answer is no. Yeah, I think like that's the thing, is that like people will say you will regret it, but the thing is that like what about like even your deathbed is just like this one moment. What about the rest of your life when you're not dying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, maybe I will be sad, but maybe the Chat GPT will be there and it'll say some nice stuff, you know what I mean? Or whatever. So I'm kind of like, I'm like half and half. I'm like, it'd be kind of cool, but like, I just know like realistically to like if I were to have a, like, let's say, go down the family route and have a kid, I would have to, like, let's just say, work a lot more. And I'm finally at a phase of my life where I can afford to just spend a lot of time drawing and just kind of reading whatever, kind of exploring things. And it's like I sure don't want to go back to a 50 hours a week factory life again. So it's kind of like I don't want to sign up for that reality again, if you know what I mean. So I'm kind of like, sure, sounds like a good idea, except for the cost of kids and stuff. Like, I understand why the governments are concerned, right? When the tax cattle stop reproducing, it's a problem. It's like, I get it, but I gotta look out for me, you know, like. Oh, sorry, it's not focused then. Enjoy every moment you have. I do. Thank you so much, Exumra. Enjoy. I really try. Like last night, after the stream, I streamed for 7 hours. I got good combos in, and then you know what I did? I walked to my parents' house on the other side of town. It took me like an hour and a half to like go there and back, and I was thoroughly exhausted. I watched some news. I'm like, this is what life should be like. You just get up, you draw. Sorry, the music got a little loud. You draw, and then you go for a walk, you know, enough to like get so you go to sleep really easily, right? It's just like, this is how life should be, and it's really hard to give up now that I'm here, like living it. It's hard for me to like want to go to the nightmarish cauldron. So I didn't even mind, honestly, if I could work, but that time didn't count, I would just like go back to the moment where I spawned in before work. It's just that like when you work 5 days, like 10, 12 hours, you then only have 2 days to draw, right? Like you don't get to have that time back. So it's like, it's not the work necessarily, it's the time that you're burning through that I didn't like. I agree. I wish it could be like that. Oh, I wish I could be. Yeah, I no, I totally get it. I still, don't get me wrong, I still do work outside of this, but it's like more like from home, less money, but more staying at home kind of work. Lol, ChatGPT is like, no, no, have kids. We need biological batteries. Right. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Like that would be funny if ChatGPT starts panicking that there's not enough people supporting like the infrastructure, and it starts dropping hints. It's like, don't you want to pass on your legacy? Don't you want to like have your genetics go into the cosmos? Like just starts like gaslighting you. That would be super funny. I can't believe I used to be concerned about that. What the? Listen, if I'm correct and this is all a simulation, then you know what I mean? I've been going down rabbit holes on YouTube about the simulation theory, so I'm like, if it's a simulation, then I don't need to worry about. I just need to be productive and be a nice person, and that'll the energy will go out there, and hopefully help some. You know what I mean? Even if you're doing an art stream or whatever, like if it sort of helps someone some way in a minor way, it's still good collectively. Even if your genetics didn't necessarily go to Mars or whatever, you know, whatever. It's like. Sorry, rendering this shrine out is really hard because it's an upper left corner, so I have to hold my hand at super awkward angles and work very slowly to like get that. Emily Dixon said it nice if I can stop one heart from breaking. I shall not live in vain. If I can ease one life, the aching or cool one's pain or help one faint robin onto his nest again, I shall not live in vain. Almost. Never felt the urge to have kids, but at the same time I don't want to be alone even though I'm not currently interested in a relationship. Just want to be a friend who would be there for me. I kind of feel the same way. I don't really like even want to be in a, honestly, I don't even like really want a relationship or kids. Like, you know, I'm not like saying like I would not. I'm just saying I'm not even like looking or anything. Like I'm literally just existing for art and stuff right now. That's the chapter right now. There's also some Japanese quote about if you like look at a flower bloom or something, your life has not been wasted. I don't remember the whole thing if I'm being honest, but I something along those lines. And they seem like they're wise, so they probably know what they're talking about. You think this piece will be finished today? I feel strongly that there's a good chance I will be finished with it today. But I don't want to give it. I don't want to not put the right amount of effort into it. You know, but this song reminds me of the Zelda games when you find villages by the beach. You know, I never played the Zelda games. I never played those type of games. Well, I played those type of games, but I never played Zelda. I never had a Nintendo. Or sorry, I had a Korean knockoff on a Nintendo when I was a kid in Belarus, but we never had Zelda. We had Mario and other games, but not Zelda. Gotta love the Korean knockoffs. I remember the adapter when you would plug it into the wall, it would get scary hot. Like that's back before Korean stuff became really good stuff. But back then, I guess in the '90s, it wasn't. I don't know. I just know we knew it wasn't a real Nintendo, and it wasn't shaped like a Nintendo either. But it sure played the games fine. I do think I got a little bit of heat exhaustion though from last night's walk because I woke up this morning with like a little bit of a headache. You know, I think I was like I drank water, of course, but I think I still got like a little bit of that heat exhaustion from sitting in the hot room and then going walking for like a super long time, and it was just hot. But I kind of enjoy the heat, honestly. Like it doesn't really the humidity and heat doesn't like really bother me. It just I like to like sweat like that, you know. I might even do it tonight after the stream, but I'll probably like walk in a different direction or something. Oh, Diabiba, hi. Welcome. How's your day going? Did you take some medicine for your headache? I don't have any medicine for my headache. Hey, Nikki, just fry lol about my grass situation. I posted my latest into their Discord group for that art group, and crickets. No one is commenting. Aw. I hope your situation with your art group gets better. Maybe find a different art group. Maybe you're just not a good, maybe it's not your fault. You're just not a good fit for that particular art group. It seems like things every time you report to me about that art group that I know nothing about. Of course, I'm not saying anything against them. I'm just saying maybe find something that's a little bit closer to what where you'll be more embraced. I don't know. Welcome to the stream. Quite chill. I painted a little. Maybe continue later. Oh, quite chill. I painted a little. Maybe continue later. Do I have you on Instagram? Do you post on Instagram? Because that's you. I'm usually perpetually on there. If I want to catch people, I usually check that like 14 times a day. So if you're on there, I just don't remember if I added you or not. I'll give you a follow so I can check it out. I think you follow me. I haven't posted it yet, but I can send it to you. Yeah, if you want to send it to me, I'll check it out. Sent. Hey, Foros. Oh, Vince 9. I might be confused. I saw your name today. I might be confusing that with other days. How's your day going, Vince 9? We were just talking. We literally just talked about history, the simulation theory. Like we talked about literally every single thing. Oh, nice. Nice frog. Very cool. Let me. Oh, it's a frog too. Nice. We were just talking about frogs. Still trying to learn how to do art on my end. No, you're doing good. Oh, I don't follow you. Vince Stein, is that you, the cowboy one? I'll give you a follow. I'll give you a follow. I think that's you, right? Yeah. Like. I'm seeing good stuff here. Sorry, now that I'm on Instagram, I gotta hit like on these posts. Thank you, I appreciate it. Your Instagram is so awesome. Okay, I'm done with Instagram. I just needed to make sure I responded to everyone. How do you keep everything the same color? Do you color everything digitally? Oh, you're asking them? I was about to say, I'm about to take credit for somebody else's Instagram. Are you asking me, or thanks for the folks who follow me just now? I appreciate it. Yeah, guys, give them a follow. I mean, you don't have to, but you know. But du hast mich. Sorry, some Rammstein came out. I need to like learn more French. I used to listen to Rammstein, so like I know more German just because of that. A problem, there's not a metal group, French metal group out there, at least like that's globally known. Well, I'm sure there are metal French groups, but Yeah, I'm asking you for Oslo. Sorry, there's a desert tan look with every post, so it's cool. So when I finish my pictures, I do redact it in Krita, and I add like I play around with the contrast. Like I basically max out the contrast before I start to lose information on the picture, right? Because if you slide it too far, like the dark parts get too dark. So you want to. I personally like to max it out right before the computer starts to lose the information, and then I kind of I have the like a bluish tone on his skin, and if like let's say I made this like a yellow, right, like it's hot or something, then I would you play around with the sliders and then you throw in some what do you call it, like vinaigrette shadows, whatever, to like make it look a little bit more epic. Just because that's really hard to do accurately with a pencil. It would add like an extra 10 hours if I did it with a pencil. So I do some redaction, so the color does change a little bit, but no, it's just digital editing. I don't know if it would like put it into mixed media for like forum, like, because I am editing on the computer, but I still feel like it's not enough to say that I was like this is a mix of things. It's just more editing with a little spice thrown in there. That's how I think about it. Sometimes it's like the picture doesn't quite look, you just when before you throw it online for people to see, it's like it looks better than when it's a raw, like the raw scan doesn't look quite as zesty as I can make it in Krita, so I do that. I did have this idea one time of using like paper and cardboard to have certain spots have the light fall through, you know what I mean, and like take a photo, like buy one of those like scanners that have like the thing that scans over it, like it's a open concept scanner or whatever, and then use like fake light, you know what I mean, cut out holes and stuff and just direct the light where I want it, so you're actually looking at real light and edit it that way. But I never went for it just because it's a lot more work than just scanning it and putting it in the computer and just playing around with it after the drawing is done. So that's why I didn't do that. But I think you can achieve a very interesting contrast and look if I were to go down that road, like using actual beams of light to light up certain areas and creating the vinaigrette through actual shadow. It's just that like I said, it's just more hassle to like sit there and do all that. Not sure how much more dark. I kind of don't want to make this area any more darker, like the space opera thing. Oh my god. Tampered Pelico. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Oh, we got another one. We got another one. That would be fun if I love the Stronghold music. Thank you. Yeah, I need to start doing a bug zap counter on the screen so everyone knows exactly where we're at. Ad attack, nice. Need to do a little sharpen. Does anyone have a good recommendation for like a sharpening knife? I know it's ad attack, but for those who aren't in an ad hell right now, I need to find like a real knife. Before I accidentally hold this the wrong way and cut myself. Oh my god. Jacob Chris. Jacob Chris. Thank you, Jacob Chris, for the follow. I appreciate that. Yeah, let me know when the ad is over. I have a question for the audience about knives. I mostly use a box cutter knife to help me sharpen my pencil. Is that the one where you can break off the tip? Is it? Because those make me kind of nervous. I don't know about those. Because I need to. It's over. Okay, yeah. I was asking. Does anyone have a good recommendation? Like if they can throw a link to Amazon or a name, for a good knife. So I'm not using this barbaric way of doing it with a literal razor blade. I'm sure there's like good knives, but I also don't know how do you sharpen a knife? You know what I mean? Like, is it a grind wheel? Like you know what I mean? There's all these questions that open up once you go down that road. I don't really have any way of sharpening a knife that isn't more barbaric than what I'm doing now. I'm back. I guess your commercials are just longer. Yes, those ones are the ones that break it, and then afterwards I use sandpaper to smoothen the lead areas to make it sharper, but also smoother. You know, I did have a piece of, I had a piece of, um, what do you call that paper? I literally just read it. I had a thing of sandpaper. Sorry, it's really hot in here. It's hard to think straight. But yeah, like I need to find a way. It's just that the problem with the knife also is like then you gotta sharpen the knife, right? Like, but I feel like using these blades is like it's just a matter of time before I hold it backwards accidentally, or something like that happens, or I drop it on the floor and forget about it, you know. But it is nice to grab a nice fresh blade every time. Not every time, but you know, every other time. I actually use a holder for a razor blade. Okay, that's smart. I just use my hand. I like to live on the edge. and use sandpaper. Yeah, sandpaper is a good technique. I just don't like how fast it gets clogged up. If you're nervous about snapping box cutter, I think get this box cutter because black part of the box cutter is detachable and it helps you snap the knife part of the box cutter. I have an exactor knife with different shapes of blades, very useful. You know, I had for my miniature model hobby, I did have a knife like that. I just slowly lost like track of it. It's probably somewhere, but let me check out this link really quick. I'm just sort of curious what this is. Heavy duty box cutter, 18 millimeter. Yeah, I might have to try something like this. That way I'm not like literally holding the blade with my naked skin. Like I couldn't imagine something like less safe. I remember like my last job, we would have to cut samples at work, in order to like cut, you know, with a razor blade, and those razor blades were way more sinister because like it was harder to even like tell what was going on. But I'm almost thinking I should maybe like shade this in white slightly and like do the kind of the that whitish bluish look for this to differentiate this from the environment a little bit. I'm almost thinking of going down that road on this altar thing. But yeah, I'm an open book. Like I'll or not an open book. I'm saying the wrong thing. Oh my god. I'm open to suggestions for knives. I kind of like my mom had like this big wooden knife, and it had like this like this crazy blade on it that like went forward and down like a Spartan sword, and I'm like, I need something like that. Like it, you know what I mean? Like it would feel better to have something like that. But then the hilt, or not the hilt, but the handle itself, like it would get in the way of the pencil. I feel like, or maybe I'm just imagining it, but I don't know. I want a big wood knife. It feels like it's more, you know, I want to like not even it's not even a masculinity thing. It's more like it feels more like, you know, when you see like an old master, they have like a big wooden knife to hold on to. Hobby Lobby has better prices than pencils, and others super expensive, and others are super expensive. You can use a full-size knife and sharpen it with a sharpening stone. It's not too expensive. I actually do have a sharpening stone, by the way. Sounds like you're describing a hunting knife. No, because the length of the blade was not... I'm not sure exactly what qualifies as a hunting knife, but what she had was not a hunting knife, I think, but it was a very, very old, cool-looking knife. She still has it. I might just go over there and just be like, sharing is caring, Mom. And I stream and you don't stream, so... That's another, speaking of having advantages, I think I do partially is because my mom was an artist. Obviously huge advantage, right? Because you're going to be exposed to it, you're going to have the tools for it and stuff like that. So we were just talking about like having money as a huge advantage to not have to like work as much, and being able to like get your genius out there because you're like not having to like labor for, you know, money. And having parents that are well, not parents, but just my mom, but like having a parent in that kind of environment is going to also be a super big help. You know, don't get me wrong, I didn't listen to a single thing she said. Just the fact that I was around was already a huge, you know, bonus. This kind of shape might be nice. Let's click on this link. It like starts downloading something. I'm like, I know. Oh, that is nice. Yeah. That could probably work. Japanese kitchen knife, sharp all around, perfect for chefs at home cooking. That might work. Yeah, that kind of looks like what she had was like the blade wasn't as long like that. It was like a little like it went forward and down, and then it was like a little X, but like this sharp part at the bottom, like I don't know. But yeah, this looks cool. That might be a good idea for something like that. What I need to do is I need to find like an ancient like knife maker or like one of those guys that make knives out of like deer antlers. It's gonna add so much gravity to the situation. People will just respect me more for having a knife like that. See, I can kind of like differentiate it, make it lighter and cooler at the same time. It's like I can like bring like shading with like the white charcoal pencil kind of lets you redraw things into the background because you're making them lighter. But I also really like the tone that it's creating of the like this lightish blue. So it's like it looks different from the surrounding environment, and it's achieving two things that like it's like I'm killing two birds with one stone by doing this, and it's gonna like kind of like smooth things out a little bit. Just victories all around. Just Google pencil sharpening knife. Yo, allow cookies. Uh, Fine. It looks like you're in the United. Oh my God! Yeah, take me to the take me to the website. Wow. I took my knife away. Now I'm not looking at a knife, but I did see it. It looked badass. That did look very cool. I don't know what happened, but anyway, it looked cool until it went away. I accepted the cookies and it's okay. $21. Okay. Oh, fiber Castell, really? Okay. Yeah, it does have a pretty. It's got the wooden handle. It's got a very particular blade, right? To like, so you're not fighting with the handle. 100% recyclable packaging, very important. Um, Free UK delivery. Wait, is it 45 euros? Oh, okay, no, that's just for no. It's free UK delivery for over $45. Okay, I was about to say $45 is a lot of money. Very cool. And then what I'm gonna do is do a light pass with a pencil and then render it out again with a white. And that's gonna like have a very smooth looking, like refined look for that, because that's I don't want to skip the altar as like, oh, it's in the background, you know, because it is an important piece for this piece, and I want to have like I want to have that like look to it, like I actually put effort into it. And it's kind of creepy cutesy, which is what I was going for. I didn't want to make, I wanted some comedic relief. Sorry for the huge link. Little Deuce just chilling in their seats. Well, they represent the cosmic force. They are they're like they evolved from frogs, and they have infinite wisdom. They sit and meditate, and they approve of the new pilots to be approved into the program. And if the key that they bring has the right sort of, you know, soul or whatever, they're allowed to pass to the next stage of like becoming sort of, they get their own temple and ship, and then they spread the message throughout the universe. That is the destiny of the frog. They don't quite look like frogs. That's because of if they don't look like frogs, that's because a few million years went by and they changed. Or a few billion. I'm not sure how fast evolution works. I'm not a super expert on the matter, on the subject, but I should just title this piece "The Destiny of the Frog." You ever think about making this into a graphic novel? The way you explain these creatures, they're pretty interesting. See, that's the problem. Is like that's why I like to draw completely random things every single time, because I like to explore like a story in my head. But for about 30 hours, I don't want to dedicate months and months of thinking about it. I just like to do like, this is this world, and kind of give a general synopsis of it and just move on. If somebody else wants to pick it up or whatever, oh, it's whatever. But I'm not. I don't want to. You know, that's kind of how I design my system. Is like there there is a story, but I don't want to kind of stick with it for that long. Maybe if I were to get in on an idea of building a comic book, I would have to be sort of the guiding light for it. I don't necessarily want to be heavily involved. I just want to give the outline of the universe, and whatever, if you want to name this guy Patrick or Bob or who said what to Jill, that's not for me to decide. I just give the universe outline. Um I like the frog's quiet dominating perspective, quite epic. Thank you. Oh my god. Alpha Alpha Tith wait, Al Alpha Tech Level 2. Hello? Hello. Sorry, I can't read your name. I believe that's Arabic, but I am not an expert. But thank you for the hello. 1,000 years is a good number for evolving. Yeah, is it? Is that how long it takes? I think I was under the impression I've heard like much broader or larger numbers. I guess it depends on like maybe microevolution, like maybe like an adaptive trait to a certain circumstance. But I don't know if 1,000 years. I mean, 1,000 years sounds it's a good number. I like the number just because it has a nice symmetry to it. Or what's the word for it? What's the word for it's a good even number, and it's got, you know what I mean. But I think that some if you say 1,000 years, I don't know if modern people will take that seriously. You have to say something like a trillion, and then they're like, oh yeah, yeah, that sounds about right. Because it's a far away enough number that it seems like something could happen in that time frame. But alpha is good enough, man. No worries. And yes, it's Arabic. Arabic. I have a friend who hangs out here. Actually, I don't know if those are the same. If is Qatar? Do they speak Arabic there? But he goes there. He says they have like air conditioning, so maybe one day I'll go. But seems from what he said, it's a cool place. I just noticed the character on the right looking up to the frog gods. Very nice, very impressive. Yeah, he is offering himself to become a cosmic god, right? So they're like pilots in training. Tomato took 50 years to evolve. Nice. But are you saying evolve or selective? Like, because if humans interact with a plant, let's say, like when we take apples and we like, what we do is we pick the sugariest ones. Like, I'm not. You might be right, but I don't think that's like when people bred dogs to have specific breeds. I don't think that's considered evolution. I think that's just more like putting selected I could be wrong, but I think that's not evolution what you're talking about. Oh yeah, I understand you. Yeah, like we've interacted with every plant. Like I think there are some crops that literally can't survive without human interaction because they are so um they they can't survive by themselves. They can only survive with like humans planting them because they've lost their natural ability to like their wild ability to kind of survive in the wild because we've had them too long in our captivity. But but I think evolution is like a little bit different. I don't know. Where's my hello? What am I, Chop Eva? I thought we already talked today. You don't get a second hello. What the? Clan of Pickles. Greetings, welcome to the Clan of Pickles. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make this. I think I'm gonna make this show like centered around the pickle concept, pickle breaks and pickle commercials. I will only take pickle sponsors. Oh my god. Thank you for the follow, Alpha. No, you're right, but I don't know the name of it, so I say evolve. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I'm just gonna put a light coat of pencil on this guy and that guy and just go over with the white like my original plan was to kind of bring back the light out. POK, I'll low PM want a hello from the new people. You're shaking the new people down for hellos. I get it. The frog's greatness is beyond understanding to the human mind. They're cosmic travelers. Be right back. Nice. Guys, I highly recommend that everyone does like night walking if you live in a safe area, of course. But night walking has like a good vibe to it. Like, you see a lot of weird, interesting things. It's like it's a different vibe walking through town at night. Same here. It's creepy. See, I kind of like, not that I like that it's creepy, but I feel completely comfortable. Like, it's just like it's not the like it's because I don't live in a super dangerous area. I mean, we have our local drunks or whatever. You could like run into some teenagers, but beyond that, really, you're not gonna have issues. But it's just the look of the town and like the vibes. Like when you're walking through downtown and you're like looking into like the storefronts and there's like the lights, it's just like a different vibe. It's like a cool vibe. But yeah, I can imagine that like walking alone for a woman is like a different vibe. Like it's a completely different vibe. But yeah, I get it. Finally arrived. Welcome, Silver man. Where have you been? You missed so much talking about frogs and the universe. We solved every problem of the universe when you were gone. Basically, we more or less broke down the like reality. Same here is creepy. A lot. Wait, it's 2:35 where I'm from. I should be asleep. No, no, but I can't cause of caffeine. I really need to rethink my life choices of drinking caffeinated drink. Same here. I have the once I go down the road of drinking caffeinated drinks, it gets like once I open that door, it gets the door opens wide. The door opens very wide, and I don't I just keep drinking more and more of them. So I totally understand. I have the same issue. I can't. I need to just be off of it. Otherwise, I'm just not a good regulator of caffeine. Uh, Last time I walked at night, I saw someone chasing me, and I immediately rushed home. Like as soon as you leave your house, so, like there's like what do they call it, that paralysis demon just standing right there waiting for you. I never walk alone at night, too afraid of men. That was when I finished at uni at 5 p.m. and I came home around 6 p.m. Does it get dark where you are at 5 p.m.? Because it doesn't get dark here until like 8:30. Wait, well, during summer. With someone I like to walk at night, but not alone. I get it, yeah. No, I'm the opposite. I like to walk alone because of my freakishly long legs. And so, like, whenever I have someone tagging along, it's like move faster. Like I can't enjoy my walking if it's not at freakishly fast pace. That's why I don't get me wrong. I like walking my dog. My dog wants to stop every 5 inches and like smell every blade of grass. I'm like, bro, I just want to walk. You have 4 legs. You should be doing this better than me. But yeah, I like walking alone just because it's like I'm just free to walk as fast as I want. It gets super dark here during colder season. It gets real creepy. There was another time I had to keep my distance because I saw someone holding a steel pipe with a his. Where do you, Dark Knight Potato? Where do you live? It seems like you live in a very dangerous place. I've never had any of these weird instances where someone was holding a pipe or was chasing me. Like the most you'll get is like teenagers in a car when they pass you, they'll yell something out. Like you're gonna get that here. You're gonna get some level of harassment, but you're not gonna get like into a fight or a knife situation. Maybe right, like for the most part, you'd have to. I don't know. I just don't feel like it's gonna happen. Apparently, I could not be allowed to be left alone as soon as I woke up. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I saw when the stream started, but I wasn't feeling up to it then. I gotcha. But yes, it comes to walking. I don't go into areas where it's easy to commit a crime. Right. No, yeah, I also like I stay in the well lit area. You know what I mean? I'm not like walking down dingy, unlit kind of neighborhoods, kind of vibes, you know what I mean? But it's like I'm not, I'm not like completely unaware of what's going on, but like Also, I'm not honestly like super duper worried about it. I live in Australia. Oh, Australia. Yeah, the spiders. Now it makes sense. There are some suburbs that are safe, and one of the suburbs I live in is just sketchy. Let's just say I hear suspicious sounds of fireworks. So I, so I think okay, yeah. If you're hearing like gunshots or whatever, my neighbor also has very little light, so it's hard to see. I gotcha. Okay, that's different. You guys got like the spiders. You guys got like sketchy neighborhoods. We do too, but it's like it's I think where I live is still pretty safe. You know what I mean? It's kind of rural, so like for the most part, it would take effort to get into some kind of an altercation. And walking at night is cool because just because of like you're not being beamed down by the sun constantly, So it's a little nicer that you get to kind of just oh, sorry, I'm drawing off screen again. Jesus. I have to go have a nice stream. Thank you, Daibiba. I appreciate you stopping by. Neighborhood, I mean. See ya. Have a good night. Nice. Yeah, we appreciate it. How you describe walking is basically how I feel about everything in life. Not because I move fast, the opposite. But I emphasize with someone that wants to move fast through life, so I let them get on with it. I don't appreciate someone that insists moving at their own pace, live and let live. Right? Yeah, yeah. I kind of like. That's just yeah. I'm for people like walking at their own pace, just not with me. You know what I mean? Like I need to be free to walk as fast as or as slow as I want. Oh my god, I forgot to say bonjour. How do you say goodbye? No, bonjour is hi, right? How do you say goodbye in French? I need to like learn. I mean, I need to learn two words. I'm slowly dulling down the pencil. I'm gonna go over this and recontrast it, but I kind of want to dull it down a little bit to kind of put it in the background a little bit more visually. I know it seems like I'm not doing much, but these subtle things matter for visual coherence. Sorry, I didn't mean to sound like I was criticizing you. You know what I mean? No, I totally get what you mean. I completely understand. Once I glaze over this the way I want, right? We're already kind of separating it visually, but then what I'm gonna do is go back over with the pencil and reestablish the sort of like maybe a little bit of hard lines. I just bring it back a little bit for that sharpness, and then it's going to look more professional that way. That's kind of what I'm trying to achieve, is like separate and then bring back together. That's why I love the white chalky pencil. It allows you to basically do that. In French, "bye" is idio. Am I saying it right? I feel like I'm not saying it right. And it's actually helping me like really smooth out, like, because I was shading the upper left corner. It's a lot harder to get that smooth kind of pencil look. So right now it's kind of buffing all that out too a little bit. So I'm really appreciative of that. wish I had like a camera that would know where I'm drawing and just follow my hand or something. That would be dope. That would make it a lot easier for when I accidentally go off screen. I think this is starting to look kind of good. Maybe maybe a drone could help. It could fly at any direction, go as high as you would like. I need to get like an yeah. I need what this show needs is like an aerial shot of me drawing like just to make it more dynamic. There's like a drone flying in circles, and given that like Michael Bay style like action vibe, I think that's what an art stream needs. Is like it's too static. It's too like we're just sitting here and chilling. What it needs is like fire and a drone and like motorcycles like jumping ramps, and I think that would like blow up the show in no time. You know, it'd be really cool if I had like a super fancy house with like one of those gigantic windows overlooking like a mountain in a town, and I would like sit in the middle of the living room overlooking it, like all this, and like you could see like me, but behind me is that, like, you know what I mean? It would like really be like it would just be like really cool. And then the road, you know how like cars have like those slow, oh my god, you know how cars have like those slowly rotating platforms? It would be kind of hard to set up all the wiring for that because you'd have to like somehow figure out how not to destroy the wires. But like imagine like you're seeing like I'm sitting inside of like a tower where you can see a 360-degree like view, and it's like everything is slowly rotating as I stream. I just, you know what I mean? I feel like that's the next thing to aim for. Like when I save up enough money on Twitch, I'm gonna buy a house with all of those things. Hey, this looks cool. I know nothing about the art, nothing about the art, by the way. Nice. Thank you for saying that it looks cool. But the lore, if you're asking about the lore, it's the Great Frog people evolved over a long period of time, and now they have these eldritch pirates, not pirates, pilots that they make, and they create like these keys. They create these keys that allow them to be submitted to the altar, and then they are granted the right to become like an eldritch god, and they go off into the cosmos to spread the pro frog message. That's the overall base like kind of lore right now. That sounds like an excellent plan. Can't wait to see it happen someday. Maybe add a pickle mascot in the background. Vortex 80s, welcome to the vortex of our pickle clan. Like I said, the plan is to come back over the white, and I'm just being very careful not to get overzealous and just start slapping it on there. It's easy to do that. I'm trying to keep a coherent visual kind of like thing. I might even have to go back over this guy and just reestablish a little bit of the sharpness before I sort of finish this piece. I'm gonna try and get it done tonight. Like, I feel like tonight is the night to get it done. Like, it feels right for that to happen. Sorry, I'm not talking much. I gotta like not breathe right now to get through this. Alright. Just want to kind of like reestablish this key here, kind of go over everything. Make sure it's as sharp as it can be. Oh, this camera gets hot. This camera gets real hot. Especially when it's like, it's amazing how much like heat it produces, but you don't like notice it in the winter. Is the music still going? It's like really quiet. What happened? Let me take a little, I'm gonna take a pickle break. It seems as though I can't be left alone today. Why can't you be left alone, Silver? I'm gonna take a little pickle break. Eat another one of these bad boys. Straight from Wisconsin. I don't want to get the moisture on my picture, of course. It was so good. Last time I streamed, I touched my phone and it felt like it caught on fire. I think that's due to streaming for a long time. Yeah. It's weird how like power intensive streaming is. It's just like nothing's even really happening. You know what I mean? It's like I'm not asking anything super special for my computer. It was sitting with OBS on, but like when you start streaming, the video card gets all hot. I feel like the pickle break will become an internet institution. Wait, I can't. Sorry, I can't. I have to use my T-shirt. I'm not strong enough to open this with my bare hands. I need to use my T-shirt. I'm not ashamed though. It is what it is. It's like my hands are like super like moisty from the heat. Do you mean like sensation? Institution? Can you imagine if pickle break became an institution? I can see a pickle meme, yeah. For sure. I'll be like a number one pickle pusher. Like I said, all my sponsors will be pickle related. I don't know. I don't know if they're like rolling in dough though. You know what I mean? I don't know if you can like make a career out of that. But that's the only issue. I was kind of hoping to like maybe catch a sponsor like pushing paper on you guys. If anybody asked me like what paper I'm using, I'd be like this and that. Follow my link or whatever. But the pickle institution. That's where everyone was gonna want to go instead of Harvard. Pickle Rick. I don't know how anyone can be mowing their lawn right now. It's so hot. Like, it's like probably hotter outside right now. I hear a fly. It's like I leave a nice blue light for the fly to fly into, and it tries to fly towards me. Unacceptable. Okay, I don't. Oh, that's okay. I don't want to make. I don't want to put too much shadow. I'm gonna leave the amount of shadow like this. Um, reason being is I don't want this area. I don't want this area to become. I still gotta work on this though. Like this is still kind of like not in a state that I'm happy with. Really. I still gotta refine that a little bit if I'm being honest. And then go back over with the pencil. I know I said I was gonna do that, and then I kind of walked away from that area and started focusing on something else as usual. But sorry for the lawnmower out there, guys. I don't know if I don't know if the mic is even picking that up, but it seems like it would be. You know what I need to do? I need to go see the new Superman movie. I got rated by Jim Lee, for God's sakes. And I'm not gonna go see. You know what I mean? It almost seems like disrespectful. It's like I need to go see it, just out of respect. At this point, it's just the last movie I went and saw is Romulus. Just to give you an idea of how often I go see movies, outside my house. I think the movie theater experience, though, it does kind of lock you in and force you to, like, be more attentive. Whereas, like, if I start a movie on one of my monitors here, I just, like, I end up, like, going to a different tab 3 times, and then I forget I was even watching a movie. And then I start a game, and then it's just amazing, like, how hard it is to, like, actually get through a movie at home. I thought about saying a pickle break is a meme, but I would prefer that the concept is less ephemeral than a meme. Pickle break could start a true and fast, like old oak trees talked about for generations to come. You think we could start something new like that? Like a big movement around the pickle concept? I mean, I'm open to the idea. It's just that the coffee and the cigarette breaks exist because they have drugs in those things. A pickle is something that is, it's hard to move an entire culture once it's been established. But I'm open to the idea. I think it could become like a meme, but I don't think it could become a true force. I like watching the Man of Steel 2013. It was one of the movies that helped me, help find me a purpose in life and get me through this world. If it weren't for that movie, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be where I'm at. The one with Cavill Harold, what's his name? Cavalier? Cavill, Mr. Jawline, what was his name? Cavill, Henry Cavill, there it is. But honestly, if I'm being honest, I kind of like the idea of the Superman movie becoming a little bit more lighthearted, a little bit more like, like you can take your family there. It's like the Superman that was like, I don't know, it seemed like bordering on grimdark, you know what I mean? It was like the Warhammer Universe Superman edition. And I did like that movie or whatever, but, I don't mind seeing a movie that's like a little just tones it down just a tad. Dude, chill, dude. That guy. I heard he's a big fan of Warhammer. I know. Well, he plays Custodes or something. He plays the Golden Space Marines, which implies that he may not be such a good painter, because that's the easiest army to slap together. I hear, but yeah, big respect. You know what I mean? He's a. It is nice to find somebody real that genuinely loves something outside, you know what I mean, like money and power. Like it is cool that that you find something genuine. Henry Cavill loves Warhammer. He was a fat bullied nerd when he was younger. Oh, really? I didn't know that. I'm a mediocre fan of Warhammer. I consume it passively through video games. Sometimes I'll paint a miniature or two, but I'm not like, I don't have like a full leg in that universe. You know what I mean? They used to call him Fat Cavill. Oh, really? Sure seems like he like turned it around. he's like a symbol of success. In high school, I was skinny, not particularly bullied, nor would I say I was particularly like a nerd. I just like existed. I think that's the best way to describe me in high school is I existed for sure. You know what I mean? Like I was there. Can't complain too much. It wasn't bad or good. I didn't like high school. I just didn't want to be there. But um, what was I working on? I forgot why I sharpened the pencil. I just spent like half an hour sharpening the pencil, and I'm like, oh, what was I doing? I lost track of. I think this mask does need to get refined a little bit. Needs a little bit of a touchy touch to fix it up a little bit. Is it Adaptus Custodes that he plays? Regardless, does seem like he's a genuine guy. I'm surprised that people find Moss dark. Never looked at it that way, although I've heard that most people do. But for me, I never focused more about the darker aspect about World, but looked into more of Clark's perspective, his actions and decisions, and more importantly, his character, which gave him a lighter perspective about him. I used to play 40k when I was a teenager. I tried to paint the figures incompetent. I tried to paint the figures incompetently. Now I prefer to view my painting better from afar and read the books. Yeah, I'm a painting enjoyer. I don't overly like focus on it anymore or whatever. Like initially when I first started streaming, the plan was like I got into miniature models and I was like, oh, I'm gonna do that, and I was like, wait, why am I not drawing? Like I'm way better at drawing than I am at that, you know. So I ended up switching to drawing eventually, but yeah, that's the story with that. But I do love miniature painting. It's just the problem is I only have so many hours in a day, you know, kind of thing. Prometheus, yes. This was like the initial idea I had after I drew the masculine figures. I wanted like this kind of cosmic energy. You know, these guys in like futuristic nano suits or whatever. You know, bio kind of modified people. So yeah, it's Prometheus energy with my take on it. I think that's all I ever wanted to be as an engineer. You know, just go off into the cosmos and just kind of build like eldritch temples and stuff. I think that would have been my dream job if I had to describe it. Plus, it costs a lot less to draw compared to buying and painting miniatures. You know, something like I was like my friend, all my friends like once I told them to that like that I was gonna paint on the stream, so I wasn't super worried about buying figures because everyone has a box of plastic shame that they never got to, and they will all hand it over for you to paint, and you'll get way sicker. You'll never get through all the stuff people bought that they never painted, and you know my plan was like I just need figures to paint, so I was taking anything and everything, and I ended up giving it some of it back just because I'm like I once I switched to drawing and I realized I'm like there's no reason for me not to pursue this instead of that. Um, you know, even though I'm sure there's an audience for miniature painting and stuff like that, but ultimately, like I said, I just you can sorry, I forgot what I was talking about. You can make Warhammer cheap if you know aren't a collector necessarily. If you're a paint enjoyer and like your thing is streaming or something, then you can make you can even trade and make money most likely. But yeah, it's if you are a perpetual buyer, it's comedically expensive. Um, you know, it's weird to think like Warhammer became like a luxury hobby. It's like for the upper middle class. Like not really, but kind of like if you really wanted to delve into it, it's like you got to be making 75K minimum to have like if you have kids and a wife, you got to be in the 75K area to like put your foot in the door, or you're a kid and you don't have expenses. But you know what I'm saying? It's like it's sort of like not for everybody. And what's even weirder is you don't even see Warhammer like pushed. Like you hear it through the grapevine, like you hear it through the whispers of the trees and video games, and you're like, what is that? And then somebody comes out of the shadows and they're like, oh, you've never heard of Warhammer? And they give you your first figurine for free maybe, and a paintbrush, and then that's how they get you hooked. Then you find your local store. I'm just gonna spend like $80, right? And it'll just be like the side thing, and then a couple $100 later you realize you have like this addiction, and most of them aren't painted, but you keep telling yourself that you will. You find yourself watching endless YouTube videos on better painting techniques that are way above your level. You know how it goes. It's the typical downfall of it's 3:27 a.m. here now. I think about heading to bed. It was nice seeing your stream, and I'll probably see you on next one. I'll probably watch Superman 2025 to see if it's any good. I have to see it. I got rated by Jim Lee. I gotta go see it. It would be bad not to go see it now. And I'm not saying it as a flex. I'm just genuinely saying like I feel like I should go see it. I'll only bring it up every 5 minutes from here on out. I'm pretty happy with how everything is. I just want to like really clean this up. I'm just playing like right now. I'm just playing the refining game, and like slowly, kind of like, making everything just nicer and that kind of thing. Because that's kind of like what it needs to be like feel finished. It just needs to be like nicer. Get rid of these like kind of lines and stuff. I wanna. Oh my god. Yatsu Art just rated. Thank you, man. Yatsu Art, appreciate that. Let me do a shout out. Shout out. Uh, Yatsu Art. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I'm giving you a heart back. I appreciate the. I appreciate. I'm even gonna. I'm gonna take a pickle break while we get acclimated to the new viewer. Oh, this one's weird. You ever get a weird pickle? There we go. Hold on. I need a towel. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. I need a towel. Okay. I got my hands are clean. My hands are clean. My hands are clean now. Like more clean than they were before. Uh, but yeah, where were we at? What was I talking about? Um, I forgot what I was gonna say. Not that it matters really. How? Oh, so how was your stream? What were you guys up to over there? With the shenanigans? Sorry, I gotta go behind the camera. I gotta get in here with these teeth. It's the only way. I ran out of things to say. Like I think I just at hour 4.5. I'm like, no, I'm out of any things to say. I have to very carefully work this area. Very carefully reestablish. But I'm so happy with how this is turning out. It's portraying the energy I was going for, you know. I could not be happier right now. We will conquer the cosmos. I'm not very good at art, but I love doing it. I totally understand. Yeah, you don't need to be good at art, and like I think that's like that's the thing is if you this is gonna sound cringe, and let me know when the ads are over. Uh, Brian Anna Lewis says super dope. I appreciate that, man. Or Anna, sorry, I think that's female name. Sorry, not sure, but thank you, appreciate it. But yeah, my overall philosophy on you should do it out of the love aspect, and not only will you get I'm back okay so yeah I was gonna say like you just you should do it for the love of the craft, and um, things will only be better if you don't focus on the being good part. Like of course you gotta like you know whatever try to get better, but like if you follow the you know the love for it, I think you go further. You know what I mean? But don't focus on that. It's like it's like one of those things where it's like when you realize you're in a dream, you wake up. Like you gotta be like you gotta like drawing and draw, but not overly focus on the progress. But also like you obviously be aware of it. But if you focus too much, then it kind of becomes like this love hate thing where it's like I'm not good enough or whatever, and it's like it kind of starts to fall apart. So it's like you gotta like stay in the dream, just like enjoy it, you know. But train, but enjoy it. Don't focus too much on the. I'm a girl, lol. I'm surprised you said my name right. Brianna Lewis. Thank you. Yeah. No, I just the Lewis threw me off, but yeah, no, I figured since Anna and stuff like that. But sorry, my brain doesn't work very good when it's like 97 degrees inside of here. I start to like just fall over my own words. I'm trying to stay coherent, but it's hot. Comparing oneself is creative death. Yeah, I think comparison is like what do they say? Comparison is like the death of joy or something like that. You definitely want to like maybe chill out with like becoming the greatest or you know. I just the best part is like like it's basically like I almost hallucinate when I draw. Like I just see imagery and I just draw that now. You know what I mean? So it's like it's almost like meditate. It's like almost like meditation. When you get to a certain level, you're just like hallucinating and imagining, and things are happening. But you do that at a lower skill too, you know, but you will get better if you just keep hallucinating and drawing. You know what I mean? And don't overly focus on the surroundings and stuff. Comparing to others, I mean, that's good advice. It's exactly meditation, but something like driving is meditation. Oh my god, I love driving. I just went on a drive the other day just for that purpose, as I was just like, just wanted to kind of like drink my coffee and just drive slow, annoyingly slow too. As I've gotten older, I go five below the speed limit, and everyone passes me. It's amazing how like less, how like I've become like way more chill as I've gotten older. I don't drive fast. I do walk fast. Like my walking is a little bit annoyingly fast, I feel like. But that might be due to the proportions of my legs. I just the freakishly long legs. I can't not move them quickly. Just cover a lot of distance. My ancestors had to have been hunters or so, you know what I mean, like some sort of long sprinting hunter types because it's like although honestly I'm not a very good runner. I guess out kind of quick if I'm being honest. I not only don't enjoy running, I'm not even good at it. I've never had such thing as second wind or anything like that. It's awful the entire time. I hate it. The cosmos. The gas would run out though, unfortunately. If I could drive forever, I would do it. Do you ride motorcycles, Wamu? Do you ride motorcycles? Because that's the next step. That's the better version. This is like its more attractive sibling is motorcycle riding. I would highly recommend it. If I would honestly, I wouldn't recommend anyone drive motorcycles though before the age of 25, because you become a lot more chill after that, and you're not on emotional kind of you're more chill, and there's less likely that you'll do anything stupid. But I would highly recommend motorcycle riding. It's like driving, but just more visceral, and you're more connected and aware. It's awesome. But to be honest, if you were just driving your whole life, I don't think you would run out of gas. Like you would, but I'm saying like in terms of like it would take so long that I'm pretty sure you would grow bored of it. Like there's so much gas that like if it was just one person, I think you know it's hard for me to imagine that we would run out of gas. I could be wrong. I haven't tried motorcycles. I have an amputated. Oh, that's right. You told me that. So whenever I've tried it, it didn't work. But I would like a tricycle. Oh, I see. I have seen some modified. I know this would be comedically expensive, but I have seen modified motorcycles where you change gears not with your left leg, but with on your left handlebar side. Bro, I've seen people ride motorcycles with one arm, which is crazy. That's absolutely insane. The one arm motorcycle riders, because like you kind of need that for stability. I mean, like that is. I've seen people pull that off. It's not so much the gears; it's more the balance. Oh, I gotcha. I gotcha. I gotcha. Well, I'm sure I'm not gonna sit here and give you advice because like I was gonna go into like, have you tried this? Well, but then I'm like, he probably tried that, you know. So I'm not gonna sit here and give you advice. I'm sure you've tried all of the sort of non-ridiculous options for that, but I get it. There's just not enough planets here. I think I'm getting close to where like the only part I really want to work on is the bottom, which is less exciting because it's like the less epic part is like staring at the feet all day, but it kind of needs like more contrast down in this area to kind of like make this be the focal point again. But other than that, this picture is starting to like come together really well, I think. I've always wanted to try like the Ural, like that motorcycle with the bucket next to it. I think that would be like, can you imagine being on the highway next to a truck, like a semi truck with that with like a little aluminum bucket like going at 60, 70 miles an hour next to like a giant house sized vehicle. That would be terrifying. But I've always wanted to try the like the those motorcycles with the buckets. Uh, I flew planes quite a while with. Oh well, then you've seen it all. I flew planes for quite a while with adapted controls. That was great, but expensive. I had to. Oh, what kind of planes did you fly? Is it like a Cessna or something, like a little plane, or like how does that work? Because just like I'm too afraid to get into an airplane. Like I've seen those videos where the plane like goes into a tailspin and I'm like, dude, I would panic because you have like if the only thing that can save you is competence, it's like it's like you know what I mean. Like you have to just like pull down and like pull back up, like turn off your engine to like go back into like non-tailspin stuff. And I know they train you, but like I'm like, dude, like that's crazy. Dude, I would love to fly a plane. Like in theory, but obviously I don't. I wouldn't trust myself with a plane because like a motorcycle is like not a plane, but you're on the road at least. It feels like you have like at least if the engine goes out, you can still just go off to the side and park. It's not like oh my engine went out and now I'm like facing like imminent death, and I have like a minute or two like to figure out how like what I'm gonna do. But that's gotta be wild. Like seeing those clouds and stuff, like being there with the clouds, is gotta be like awe-inspiring. That would be scary. That would indeed be scary. Frog Shrine it good. Frog Shrine it good. We do Frog Shrine it. But I hear, yeah, single engine type Cessna. Okay, I spent a lot of time flying gliders as well. They control in the exact same as a plane, just no engine. Uh, but don't the gliders have the propeller in the back, or are you talking about the ones that just go off a mountain and then a lot cheaper? Honestly, I recommend short glider course. It's cheaper than a motor plane, but has the same effect. I don't know about that. It seems the glider scene seems like it's like you got like the ones without the propellers, right? Not the little triangular ones where there's a propeller in it, like you can take off. It sounds like you're describing the ones where you're like holding on to a bar. That's gonna be a no dog for me. That's gonna be a big no dog for me because that seems like it seems like a less dangerous version of the squirrel suit idea, where those guys are just literally inches away from just becoming tomato paste. I don't mean a hand glider, but you said no engine. Don't the ones with the propeller have an engine of some sort? I'm just that just seems wild because it seems like if a wind picks up a little bit, you gotta like you're just like a fly in a storm, you know. Maybe these guys could be like maintainers of civilization, like or like a balance in the universe where they create and destroy civilizations to maintain like this like to maintain like basically universal order. You know what I mean? Maybe that could be like the lore for these guys is like some sort of something like that. So yeah, I keep being tempted to do this with the white, but I really like the way it is now. I'm thinking of like not messing with it. I'm just gonna make this a little darker, a little darker. A glider is built exactly like the same way as a motor plane. It just doesn't have an. Oh, you're talking about you're sitting in a cockpit of a non-engine. So in like a plane, like ropes you up there or something. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, okay, okay. That's pretty dope. Yeah. No, that would be really dope. I would also be uncomfortable with that. But the people that are like the most insane are the squirrel suit people. That seems like it's just like you're just like I don't know, man. Like I can hardly believe it's legal to do that. Like I don't know what the injury rate is, but I'm sure it's like well, I guess you don't have to worry about injuries because it's just like instant paste. But America is good for gliding because it has reliable weather. Gliding in UK is a bit of a lottery with unreliable weather. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, Jesus, a scroll suit is too much for me to contemplate in terms of. Yeah, that's just insane. You might as well just start a hobby of playing Russian roulette. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of like the same kind of like level of intensity. Okay, I think I'm done. Unless I see some reason to come back here. Well, even as I say that, kind of want to work this area a little bit. But unless I kind of want to go down, I think once I get the bottom end done, like I raise the contrast appropriately, I think I can kind of like call it done. I'm really liking this so far. I think I did a pretty good job at like differentiating the contrast between what I want the person to pay attention to, and the eye is like naturally drawn here, and then it goes here. You know, it's like it's a good momentum. Gliding is roughly as dangerous as motorcycle statistically. Oh, good. Okay. Honestly, I think with motorcycling, I think it's more dangerous because of like alcohol and like because it's available to the general populace. You get like more like, let's say, people that are average. Like I feel like people that are gonna go through classes and do the airplane stuff, you know, they have money, they're more reasonable. Whereas you can get on 1,000 cc sports bike if you have, I don't know, $6,000, right? See, like you can buy a leader bike like a Yamaha or something, a used Yamaha, for $6,500, and you're basically a flick of a wrist away from like disappearing. And so it's like, I think partially like why there's so many motorcycle deaths, especially in America, is you just get like kids like getting on like rocket ships and just destroying themselves. So I think that's part of the issue too with like motorcycles. It shouldn't be, there should be like more rigorous mental testing before they let you on that thing. Which reminds me, there are too many motorcycles in my IT infrastructure team. One had an accident a few years ago. Yep. Newest hire had a light accident months ago. I think we hired another motorcycle too. It's just like we're screening for, yeah. And I mean, like, yeah, the bus factor isn't what we measure by. Yeah, man, like it's a thing, dude. Motorcycles are you're always like, you know, you can't be too careful on those things. That's why I say honestly, I wouldn't get on a motorcycle until you're 25, because you need those hormones to calm down. You see those like videos of people breaking off, they get into an altercation and they're breaking off mirrors, and it's like, maybe it was justified or whatever, but like I'm just saying, like, you need to be like you shouldn't be 19 or 18 on those things. That's just like way too crazy. But yeah, I don't get me wrong, I love motorcycles and all that, but it's hospital staff Moroselli called motorcyclist donors. Oh my god, that's dark. That is some dark humor. I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't want to live in a completely sterile world where everything's regulated up to a zoo and like all that stuff. I want to have that be an availability, but I genuinely think this mental screening for your psychological like propensity for, I don't know, like aggression should be tested, and your just overall like le- levels of safety, ability, comprehension of what's happening, kind of stuff. But I mean, I get it, but as I'm gonna turn the fan on, it's getting hot in here. I'm gonna turn two fans on, in fact. Never mind, it's only 90. It feels like it's hotter than that, though. Oddly enough, all my friends were like rather reckless on motorcycles. None of them got injured or anything. I remember a thread from a motorcycle forum where people were really down on helmets. One pic of a helmet which looked like it had been sanded down. I think I've seen that on Facebook. Yeah, where it shows you like how much of your head would be missing. Yeah, until inside was seen, and one guy was like, "See, that's crap. Not going on my head." Imagine what your head would look like. I always wore a helmet every single time. Every single time. Partially because I secretly think helmets look really cool. I'm a bit, I like Helldivers. I like the helmet look. I think it looks cool. But yeah, like I just think that's not wearing a helmet is like insane. Like you're sacrificing like 3%. I don't know, maybe like a slight bit of perception, right? Like your perception goes down like slightly for, you know, I mean, Samus Aran and Doomslayer. Yeah, I think most people like. I just like helmets. They look cool. You know what I mean? Like I'm into it. All right, I think I'm done with the top. I don't want to mess with it anymore. And as I say that, I mess with it more. But but I'm basically satisfied with the way this looks. I like the perspective. I like all that. Now I'm just gonna work the bottom area, get that contrast up, and kind of like my most embarrassing motorcycle story is I went to the DMV when I first went there on my Ninja 650. I dumped my bike at the testing. That's my embarrassing motorcycle story. Like, and then I drove. Oh wait, I probably shouldn't say that on stream. I did forget I said anything. Delete that from your mind. But I had to go. I had to go home, right? Like, more of a miracle was that I passed a written test. That was a little bit more of a miracle that happened without any. I'm like, I passed. I thought that was going to be the difficult part, is getting through that. All right, this is the enemy now. We gotta work this area down, smooth it out, add contrast. This is the shadowy side of our. I saw it recently. There was a mod for it was a Doom. There's a engine called GZ Doom mod. It's or engine, and it's like the old Doom engine. And some guy made a Fallout in it. I saw the this morning, and it looks like Fallout 1, but it's 3D. It has like that retro look, but it looks incredible. Like I'm like, dude, like they need to immediately hire this guy and lead the project team on the next Fallout game because it has. I mean, it is amazing looking. Like I can't believe how like awesome he made it, considering he put it on like this rinkety dink, like old engine, which makes me it like brings me back to the idea was who was the guy who said it just works, like that was in charge of Bethesda, like Bethesda is like always criticized for not like upgrading their engine and kind of staying on old tech, but it's like they're kind of right in a sense, like you know what I mean, just because you got some jank in there for sure, but it's kind of like if one guy could pull off making this insanely awesome looking game, maybe like we don't need to be like every game doesn't need to be on bleeding edge hardware every single time. Oh, Todd Howard, that's right. Todd Howard, yeah, it's like in a sense he's right, you know what I mean. I never once was like, even though like I love Bethesda glitches, and I've played all the Fallout games and stuff, and it's like you kind of your brain kind of adapts to like the graphics and stuff and the jank. You just don't notice it after a little bit. But what this guy did was kind of incredible. He took the old and kind of made it, and I don't want to say made it new because it looks old, but it looks like something I would want to experience. You know what I mean? And maybe after this stream, I'm gonna go take a shower and go see the new Superman movie to honor Jim Lee's presence. One is willing to suspend disbelief. Its overall effect is compelling. Yes, yes. Yeah. I mean, look. I mean, books have done zero in the graphics department. Zero. I know. I'm kind of making a joke, but you know what I mean. Like, those are still viable. People are still consuming books, even though it's the same format since the what I don't know when they started making books at 1300s, right? So it's kind of like you really kind of don't need to, you know, get all crazy. I really kind of wish that they would have made the institute be like the reason that the explanation for why the world hasn't recovered, like the same way I said about these guys, like maybe they can be like the destroyers and creators of the universe. Like after the war, the institute becomes like an entity that maintains the destructive level of the world in order to maintain, like maybe there's like an evil leader and he's like into the idea that like we can't rebuild the world because it'll lead to another nuclear war, and only we can be trusted to maintain like this low level of existence to like, you know, to have sustainability, right? And so that would be like the explanation, and the main character would of course be like, no, free will and people should whatever drink water. And I think that would be like a cool That would have been like a cool explanation for like, 400 years later, like you guys couldn't rebuild this shack. You know what I mean? Like the buildings still are like leaking. I don't know. Just offering up ideas. By the way, Fallout 4 in VR was like one of the better experiences of my life. Genuinely magical. Kind of made me question why they don't just put every game on VR. The only way the only way I would get into back into like VR gaming though is I would need a lot more money, and I would have to buy like one of those pads where you can run on it. Because I think like one of the things that like always takes me out of the experience is like the is whenever like you start walking with your controller and you're just like moving like a tank, and it's like it just instantly kills like the sense that you're in a room. It's like once I can afford like one of those like walking pads, I'll get back into like VR gaming. I need to have my feet moving. I think that connection is like necessary for that kind of thing, you know. Oh, and Half-Life 2. Half-Life 2 Half-Life 2 was another like great mod that they made a VR version. 31 viewers, oh my god. I got an idea. You big to start Slimge merch? Slimge merch? I think a lot of people get sick of using VR. What needs to happen to direct brain insertion is going to happen eventually. I agree. Yeah, I do think all the wires and all the like all of that like kind of needs to go. You know what I mean? It's like it's just such a hassle. Like 'cause you got to have the towers, and it's like every time I think about setting it up, I'm like, ugh, I can't. Um, T-shirt with my stuff. Uh, I'd like to try Alien Isolation in VR, and then again not. I completely understand that sentiment. I'm the same way. As it seems like a fun idea, the Alien VR, but that seems like heart attack levels of anxiety. So it's gonna be a bit. It's gonna be a no for me, dog. I'm not playing Alien Isolation. I didn't even play that game in like real on a computer. That seems like it's having a thing chase you when you're in isolated corridors. It just isn't my cup of tea. I like to shoot back and stuff at least. But I get what you mean. Yeah, like if you're into horror, then that would be the way to go. Uh, of Alien Isolation, but after beating Alien Isolation, I don't know if I want to do it again. You've beaten that game? Future, I didn't know you gamed. Like, I didn't know you were a real, like, gamer. Silver says, I'm gonna head out. Do take care. Thank you, man. Appreciate it, Silver. Good luck with seeing the Superman movie. I will. I will see it. Thank you, man. Oh, you did? Okay. That game was great, but when I finished it, I was so relieved I didn't want to touch the DLC. Yeah. That's understandable. There's a couple dystopian robot games I really want to come out that I'm waiting for. There's one called Automata or something like that. It's like it takes place in like Eastern Germany or something, and it has like it's like robots gone wrong or something. And I played the first one. I'm waiting for that one, and then there's another one called Hail to the Rainbow, and it's basically the Slavic version of that, where you have machines gone wrong in post Soviet Union kind of environment, and that looks very promising. It's the atmosphere of this like really dark world I really want to see. It's been a while since I game hardcore. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. It's hard to, as you get older, it's hard to like get yourself into it like that. But I just don't care, as much. I think we have 31 viewers because of that nice lady over there. She rated me. I think that's how we got to these numbers. So I do really appreciate everyone that's here. He most okay, I read all the comments. But yeah, gaming becomes harder when you like. I got into Helldivers for a little bit, and I was really enjoying that game. And then I got to a certain point where like it's like I think I'm done with it. You know what I mean? Like I get it. I get it. I was on the super credits grind, and I was just like, I need so many more to upgrade my ship permanently that I just kind of ran out of steam. But the Super Earth invasion was spectacular. I think they really stepped it up there with the whole Super Earth stuff. I like the original Alien movie and part two, everything after that. Yeah, objectively though, like I did like Romulus. Like I didn't hate that movie. I thought it was like, all things considered, it was Disney. I thought, you know what I mean. Like things could have gone a lot worse, and I think that broadly speaking, I thought that product was very strong. You know, it's hard to create a work of genius when it's a large corporation because you have so many hands on the project, and you have lawyers checking every. It's just like, but overall, I thought they did a competent job. It wasn't like a transformative movie. I thought it hit the same notes that I think it needed to, because I think a lot of people like realistically needed to be reintroduced to the franchise because they like actually never watched those movies. So like overall, I thought they did a good job. But yeah, it was not a beat for beat, but it was very similar to the traditional Alien experience of like going down dark corridors. But I did like what they did with the stuff with the droids, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. And I would say I even enjoyed the Prometheus stuff, even though I've already talked 1,000 times about my problems with that movie. But overall, I've been enjoying the journey, although I think that obviously things could have been better. But it's easy for me to like sit here and criticize that, from my comfortable chair, and be like, you guys just make it a genius piece of artwork again. Just do it. But yeah, I agree. The best of the best maybe is in the past in terms of like that kind of thing. Um, I don't we necessarily dislike games because we're old. I think it's mainly because most modern games are boring, time sponges. There is that aspect of it. There is that. I think Alien lost its way. It was never about Alien at first. It was about human spirit surviving. Well, yeah. I stopped after Prometheus, which was visually impressive, but barely do movies anymore. Anything that turns into a franchise loses its way at some point, it seems. Yeah, I think that's true. Yeah, and like I said, it's like it's hard to create. Just the more people that are involved, you technically have more access to resources because there's more people working, right? But also there's more people working on it, so it becomes like diluted and confused, and people want to put their 2 cents in and that kind of thing. So it becomes exponentially harder. Um, but yeah. I appreciate a different take that Prometheus did. I did too. I did like the, because you kind of want the answers, right? Like it's like the alien is cool, but you want to know, like, are they just a manifestation of evil from space? What, are they just, is it just a space bug? And I like that they attempted to answer those things. I don't think they did it in the way that I would have done it, or what I would have liked, or but you know, I think we're going to get, you know. Oh, did anybody watch the Earth one? Wasn't there going to be Alien Earth or something like that? I agree. I was curious about it. Me too. Me too. Okay, and I have to go into this now because when they found the engineer and the Wayland guy, he wants immortality, and they get angry at him for questioning his role in the universe, which is fine. But it would have been cooler if they explained that to him. The fact that the engineer got up and he started assaulting people like a crazed, it's like, guys, like, it's the Alien franchise has a hard time stepping away from the this is another monster kind of thing. It's like what I wanted to see was like the engineers sit him down and they're like, listen, you're not good enough. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're not meant for this. Like, we're the engineers or something. Like, I wanted like a cause, like them to break down. Like, we're not gonna make you immortal. We're not gonna give you more power, but we will explain your place in the universe. Like something like that. Like something like we're answering the questions for you. Instead, he just got up and started punching people, and I'm like, okay, okay. Um, yeah, the way engineer attacked right away. Yeah, it was dumb. It was like, remember like in like the first Alien when they meet the space jockey and he's like embedded in the seat and it's all mystical and like he's infused into the chair and there's all these questions. There's all these questions. It's so mystical. It's like they find this ancient temple. It's like organic. It's like it's super super good. And this was all like more slick. I mean, the look was fine, but it was more like, it didn't have that like dark feel. And ultimately they failed to answer. Like I was into it. I was like, give me the answers. You know what I mean, or at least hint at them. Um, but yeah, like then David gives them the poison, and they don't have any defensive mechanisms against that. There was no, they don't know where their own ships are. Apparently, it's like, I don't know. I'm sure I'm missing details, but I just remember being like, this seems like they would have control of their own ships. Um, yeah, that would have been cool. That will never happen though. The general audience expects action ending. Yeah, it looked really cool in fights. Writers probably. Yeah. It's the and honestly, like Romulus had the same issues. Like when the super baby was born, and then the super baby, I was kind of hoping like, because it kind of looked like an engineer, and a really tall baby, and you look at it, and I was hoping for like that it would be more intelligent, right? Because it wasn't in impregnation the traditional way with the face hugger. It was actually inside her womb, so I figured maybe this will be the variation of the alien that is like more intelligent, so it'll be the link or some hint at the, because it kind of looked like an engineer, right? So you go down that logic path, and I was really hoping that they would be like, maybe the baby like escapes or something and gives kind of a speech and is kind of like hints at that there's more to this universe, but then like the baby was just violent, and that's kind of like where the disappointment comes from. It's like it doesn't, the franchise kind of like, it always kind of like almost gets there, but then it's just another violent creature. What I wanted to see was like, it has a connection to the mother, right? It doesn't kill her and it leaves her, but it kind of is it has human intelligence, since it has that direct link. It came out of the womb, right? It wasn't an infection birth. It was through the womb. So I was kind of hoping for more of like this kind of, you know, universe expanding kind of like thing, like, and maybe hint at the origins of the engineers or something. Like there's some sort of link between humans and aliens. Like, I don't know. Making by committee. My favorite sci-fi film in the last 20 years was Blade Runner 2048. It had no big action ending, and surprise it wasn't successful in the above. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So that's the other issue. Is like I kind of get the studios where it's like, if we make a true film, like if we kind of give like what I'm talking about, like a deeper meaning film, it's like it becomes a cult classic that like slowly grows over the course of 20 years, and it doesn't do well in theaters. That's the other issue, is like real art. Not that I'm suggesting that I'm like real art or anything like that. I'm just saying like real art will like like it'll fail and then slowly grow through the years as a work of genius. But the problem is it didn't make money. So, but I know a lot of people that would have said a similar sentiment towards Blade Runner, the new Blade Runner movie. But it is funny that we're expecting movies that don't know the like the truth of the origins of the universe to like answer that question for us. It is kind of like weird that I'm sitting here and being like, why can't you just like explain God, like, you know what I mean? Just explain like everything. Just do it. You know what I mean? Just make something so genius and like answer all the questions. It's like they really can't, because it's like they don't know. They're just putting epic imagery up there and just connecting some of the dots and trying to make an interesting piece of content. But they ultimately can't be like, this is the it. This is like the final frontier. Like, we answered the question. You know what I mean? Like, they can only kind of like toy with the idea and like kind of hint and nod at some truths, but not really, you know. You'll never really know. Of course, I know. I know that it's a simulation. It's just a matter of whether everyone else will accept it. I'm just kidding. Answer the question and stop the franchise. Writer gets fired. Yeah, that's true. There's another way we can do a reboot. Other executive. Yeah, basically, yeah. That's the zone you gotta play. Yeah. The ultimate problem with all new movies is that there was no compelling characters to attach oneself to. You know, I haven't seen. Well, David, I identify it as David for sure. Like, I like that character a lot. Like, I'm like, it's weird that the only one I liked was the robot, but he was like the most entertaining and like interesting to like learn about when he was like big things have small beginnings, and he just got weirder and weirder, and but yeah, he was a lot of fun. Robot, I prefer the term artificial person myself. Yeah, those replicants. But yeah, well, the also the apparently the Steven, not Steven Spielberg, but Scott Ridley. I keep saying the wrong name. Scott Ridley. He suggested that the universes of the Blade Runner are loosely connected, which is really really cool. I think that's the more interesting thing, because the answers of one movie could relate to the other. To be fair, the robot was most compelling character in the first two movies. Yeah, yeah, he was great. David was great. In fact, when she had his head in the bag and she was like running around with it, I was kind of secretly hoping that the next movie would go in the direction of like his head is still alive perpetually, or she finds a way to keep it powered on, and then they would kind of go into like a cosmic adventure, because you know what I mean, because she, sorry, I'm spitting because I'm getting too excited talking about cosmic stuff, but she was she like they got on the ship right at the end or something, and I was like kind of hoping that they would do a thing where like her and him become like a duo and do like a cosmic voyage in that ship, and you know what I mean. I was like secretly holding out for like that kind of thing where they like talk to each other, and she was like what was up with you, like trying to murder us or something? And like that's kind of like the direction I was trying to go in. It's intrinsically compelling to experience a character with no emotion. It's the same fascination we have with serial killing and such, i.e., entities pretending to be people. Yeah, it's very creepy, and I know exactly what you mean. Where it's like, yeah, no, I know, yeah. But the thing is like, like there's there's that part where I mean, you know, he's a droid, but he makes a decision at a certain point in the movie to drop that black goo in his cup, as he says, big things have small beginnings, right? So he has something in him, right, that is not just ones and zeros. Like there's some intrinsic motivation, and maybe it's because like the guy was telling, he's like, David was like, why did you create us and stuff like that, right? And he's like, because we could. And it's probably like don't say that to a psychopath, or you know what I mean, like maybe chill with that kind of language around something that like. And so then he does the others, and so you know there was something more there. Like he wanted to, I think it was the same, David was like the reflection of the humans trying to find the engineer. And so he wanted to kill the humans because, or he wanted to become the creator in the same way the humans were trying to find the engineers to become immortal. He was like a reflection of that. He didn't like that he was created just for whatever reason, for entertainment or like unloading trucks. And he became psychopathic because he was like, I don't like this idea. You know what I mean? I should be something. You know what I mean? So yeah, the android guy was the best part of the latest movie. Yeah, the android. Yeah, the android too. Yeah, the Romulus movie. Yeah, dude. Like the androids are holding up that entire franchise. They're the only parts that's like even interesting because you're always like. Let me turn that down a little bit. It's turning this down is harder than it looks. The androids, they always have like a little bit of something where you're not exactly sure what their intent. You're always like, is he gonna go pro Wayland Yutani? Is he gonna go mad and do his own thing? So there's always that like a little bit of edge to them, where they're not showing emotions, they're following protocol, but until they don't, until they're slipping black goo into your drink and saying creepy thing, right? So there's always like that interesting component to them. But yeah, the androids are kind of holding up that entire franchise on their shoulders right now. I feel like I'm definitely gonna finish this picture towards the end of this stream. I feel like it's nearing that completion state, which I'm very happy about. I need to go back and read because I bring these movies up a lot, but I actually haven't watched them in a while. So I need to like rewatch these movies so I can like have a more comprehensive conversation. So I'm not like making mistakes as I make my arguments. Not that it really matters. It's all just entertainment. But actually, I'm not gonna put the highlight there. I'm gonna leave that be. I'll go finally check Covenant and Romulus. I think as well. I think you should. I think you should see them. You know what I mean? Just to kind of like, I don't. They're not terrible movie. I know they're not. You know, they didn't reach the highest heights, but they're good movies. Just so we can riff on them. I see how much I ended up regretting. At worst, I'll be visual. It'll be visual inspiration. I need more of that. Yeah, I was thinking about drawing the. I was thinking of doing the alien. Just straight up the alien. You know, I haven't drawn the alien in a while. I have a action figure of him somewhere in my kitchen. I'll go pull that down and. I stole all these brushes from my mom, by the way. I just go over to my parents' house and I sometimes I'll just raid. I go in there and I'm like, I need brushes. It's convenient to have a close relative that is like into the same hobby, because you can just take their things. I'm gonna take a little pickle break. Honestly, these are kind of like a good savior. Like, it lets you get through like a long stream, and like, I'm not really getting hungry. You know what I mean? And get another pickle in there. Oh my god, that's so good. Oh, okay. I need to be more careful. It's like, it's quite intense. I wasn't ready for that last one. That's too good. Let me do a quick social media check, see what's going on in the interwebs. Looks like nothing new. Alright. Alrighty. No, this was well. I mean, the stream is not over, but a lot of good combos lately. Just in general, I've been enjoying streaming more now that there's like more people. There's just more conversations happening. I feel like I've hit a right balance of like yapping and working. Just the right amount, you know. I do enjoy having a good the nice lady is streaming again. Oh, nice. I'm gonna have to raid her back or something. I wanna find the golden ratio of yap per work. She's a machine, yeah. I mean, it makes sense. She is a highly successful streamer. I feel like, I mean, I usually, like, when I see her, like, she's usually got, like, 100 something. You know what I mean? It's, like, in the hundreds. So I get it. Whatever she's doing, she's doing it. So this ground is starting to look really good. Starting to look compelling. Yeah, I only got, I honestly, I got like 7 hours in me for a stream, you know what I mean? That's about like where I'm at, is like 7 hours a day is kind of where I'm at. Like I can stream every day, but like after 7 hours, I feel like I can't maintain it. Like if I did 8 hours every single day, I don't know if I could maintain that. But seven, it's a good number. What's 7 times 7? 49? Something like that. It's like that's like my range. 50 hours a week. I'm trying to be careful to maintain the light up there and have the darkness here, if that makes sense. Trying to maintain that like ratio, which is what I was going for to kind of create. I honestly, it's turning out kind of good. Like I'm gonna have to toot my own horn. I have to reach over and toot it because I really like what's happening here with the darkness here and less darkness there. 49, yep, hood number. I'm getting happy with this area. It's going good. I gotta like lean in to like get in there. Being an artist can be physically can get quite physical when you have to contort yourself. Nice. Did you go grab yourself a pickle? Was it a pickle related ordeal? Warmed up a hot dog, nice. You know what's good with a hot dog? Pickles. Pickle. What's the least expensive tool you own, but still use regularly? That it art related or just in general? Art. I gotta turn this down. Just a little too loud. Let me know if the music is too low now. Art. Oh god. Oh, my least expensive tool that I still use regularly. Honestly, like out of the, like, once I find a tool that I can implement, I kind of use it. I mean, if it has to be the least expensive, I don't know, because like the least expensive, it's hard to say because like I use these a lot, you know, and these are my main workhorses, and you know, the 0.2 and 0.3, and I've kind of been using 0.2 more now. So, I mean, those are like around $10. They're pretty cool looking though. Yeah, these are very. I like the black one. It's got like a sharper, like edgier look to it now. I really like the look of it. This one looks a little goofier in contrast now, but I still use them a lot. They weren't really the least expensive ones though. They were actually quite pricey for like mechanical pencils, but I use them constantly. But yeah, like the configuration that I use, the 8B Faber-Castell, the white chalk, the, you know, this French pencil here, I just once I kind of integrated them into my system, I just use them a lot now. On Fridays, I swear people swarm the local grocery store from 3 to 7. That Jewel is never going out of business. Yeah. Yeah. People love it. People need to get their groceries. For the longest time, I like on auto mode, I would just drive to Walmart. That's because that's where I always went, even though there was a store like right next to me. I just wasn't like used to going there, so I would just drive extra far just to like go to the place I knew better. I still do that sometimes though. You guys ever do that? Just go really out of your way just because you like the store? Well, not just like, but like you're used to it. I don't want to meet the new people. I like the old people. I like the old people. I know that Jipochi wasn't here today. That's kind of problematic. He needs to be here. We miss Jipochi. We need to he needs to stop with this I have a job thing. You know, he's like, I need money for work. You know, it's like it's interfering with him watching the stream. You know what I mean? It's like that needs to change. So we need to like find a way for him to make money that doesn't require him to stop watching the stream. They're pretty cool. My smallest pen is still like zero point 0.3 micron. Yeah, I have like half millimeter. I have like all the way down to like the smallest. I bought like all the microns at one point. I've been thinking like picking up those like gray markers that people use for shading and doing like spaceships with like the line work, you know what I mean? And they do like these cool like spaceships. I was thinking about doing that. It's just I keep forgetting. If anyone knows like what markers we're talking about, like those markers people use for like that concept art kind of look, and then they use like the micron pens for like the darker stuff. If anybody knows like what I'm talking about, please throw it in the link, because I just don't know like what it's called, and I'm sure I'll buy like the wrong ones or something. Oh, thank you for the hamsters. Thank you for the hamsters. But I try to go before it gets dark, as soon as the sun goes down. These really strange people. Yeah, you keep mentioning that. And people, there is something about darkness, and like people, like weird people, like to go outside during the dark. I've even heard police say that like during like a full moon, they swear there's like a correlation between people getting crazier and the full moon. I don't quite buy that, but I don't know. Yeah, people crawl out of the woodwork on some days. They're just weird people out there for sure. I mean, I go walking at night. I'm one of them. Like, I genuinely enjoy walking at night. Sounds like some sort of sundowners. Oh my god. Milkshake, Milkshake Bina, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. We appreciates the follows. Well, weird is okay. I mean, we're all weird, but weird and seems like passive aggressive behavior. It's not good. Yeah, I guess I'd have to be there. It doesn't sound good, but I just think like even starting a conversation, like if you're walking at night, like striking up a conversation. I'm not talking about like the city where there's like lots of lights and people are like walking around. Like I'm saying like a rural town like where I live. It's like it would be strange to just like go up to somebody and be like just start talking to them like when it's like pitch black out, you know. That's just me. Cute pink headbands with wristbands. More leader AI. It wouldn't be weird if you know them. No, if you knew them, that wouldn't be weird. Or it could be extra weird if you did know them, and then like, like if you know what I mean. If you like saw them coming or something, it would be even weirder. I don't know, but yeah, I don't. I feel pretty safe walking at night. Probably a little bit better if there's like more activity happening. You know what I mean? Like the days where it's like a little bit more alive and there's just like a lot of random people. Probably worse when it's just like, you know, if it's just like you and one guy. It's like feels like something could happen. But I don't know. I don't know. Walking at night has that melancholy kind of feel. You know what I mean? There's just like that kind of weird kind of time shift feel. It's like the same town, but it just feels totally different. That's why I like it. I'm old enough to sense a person who doesn't like you for whatever reason. Yeah, yeah, no, for sure. I think most people kind of have that sense, and I would listen to it. I got myself into a pickle with the shading because it's like once you go down the road of like shading a lot, it eats up time, but it's necessary for the effect to work. I think I'm doing an alright job. Just need to kind of. It'll look even better. Like once I get it in Krita, and you know adjust the contrast and play around with the settings. I'm gonna have to go check like what time the movies start. Like if I go late tonight, because I'm probably gonna walk. I kind of just want to leave my car in a driveway. I don't want to drive over there. I'll probably just walk to the theater across town and see if they got a late night showing. Go watch the new Superman movie to honor Jim Lee. Shading is hard. Shading can be. I was just in the past. I didn't realize what it took. I didn't realize how much patience I needed, and so I was like, I thought I was like just really bad at it. But then I realized it's like no, you just gotta spend a lot of time, and you slowly realize like your shading style and like how you want it, and you know, you just realize like it's just gonna take a little bit of time to kind of render out what you're going for, kind of thing. But I think for me, the hardest thing in art is like forms and perspective. You know, like those are the big question marks. The shading to me is like rendering things out. It's more or less a matter of time. Uh, at least that's my perspective. Because like you think for a little bit, but then it takes a long time to accomplish it. Whereas when you're drawing like the form, that's when you really show your skill. That's when you can really expose yourself in terms of, you know what I mean, like, oh, like people can see I drew that wrong, like the geometry of that is incorrect, you know. So I think for me shading is like more relaxing. It's just like sitting here and being like, yeah, just kind of meditating, just kind of seeing how the vibes go, you know. Whereas like drawing feet, oh my god, that look like they're not floating, you know, like that's where it gets real. That's when the real gets separated from the, you know. I still struggle with those things, you know what I mean. I don't think I can go monetary wise after paying bills. Don't spoil it for me. I won't talk about it. But when you're enjoying it and the only problem is it takes time, it's not that bad. It's not a bad problem. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's kind of how I feel about shading. It's just more of a, just eats up time. But when you do like really put time into it, it really does stand out. You know what I mean? It really gives it that like a little bit of a cherry on top in terms of like the visual kind of like, you know, pleasant, you know, how pleasant it is to look at it. I wonder if I can get this a little bit different of an angle. Ah, sorry, I had to use my Herculean strength there for a second. I didn't want to flex my muscles in front of you guys, but I used my forearm muscles, so I didn't want to intimidate anyone with my strength. But I had to move the camera a little bit. I wanted to change the angle. Of course, I'm gonna have to take a shower before I go too. I've been just sitting here festering in my sweat for 7 hours. Using our pencil figure muscles. Bad news: the Hulkster died. The Hulk? Really? Just now? Like you just now found that out? The guy with the blonde hair with the mustache? The guy who would rip his shirt off? Hulk Hogan? Okay, wow. That's unfortunate. was a big. I wouldn't say he was a huge part of my life, but I definitely was aware of him, and definitely an entertainer. Oh my god, it sounds like it's thundering out there. So I'm definitely not gonna be walking to the movies if I go at all. I just heard literal thunder out there. It's been doing that a lot, like a little bit of thunder here and there. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check the times and see if I have the time to post this tonight, or if I should take a shower and just run over there. We'll kind of see. We'll play it by ear and see like how I'm gonna go. If I mean, I can always do it tomorrow, so it's not a big deal. But I kind of want to get this done tonight because I definitely don't have enough here for another stream, but it does need a little bit more work. You know, I'm in that dilemma era where I'm like, if I feel like it's not finished, I'll just end up working it tonight, just like late night, just kind of touching it up because I want it to be I want it to look refined, but I definitely don't want to do another stream just because there's not 7 hours of drawing left. I feel like. Yeah, I didn't really watch wrestling when I was a kid. And this is kind of looking good, bro. This is like I need a horn to toot for my, you know what I mean, for myself. I need like a little horn to just grab and squeeze so I can like when I'm about to like get like glaze myself. But I still gotta walk my dog and everything. in the 80s, it was cool. I was trying to convince my mom to name my youngest brother after Hulk Hogan. Dude, like, that's. She didn't listen. I didn't keep up with the controversies in his later life. Reddit, rest in peace. Yeah, no, I don't like really follow celebrities. Like I'm just not like I don't have the energy to like know. I just hear big things and I'm like, oh okay. I feel like Tom Cruise is gonna like outlive me somehow. You know what I mean? Like I feel like he's like one of those people where he just has like this will, and he's like he's just not gonna he's just gonna live on for another 98 years, and he's gonna make Mission Impossible 14 or whichever one they're on. I'm not sure. It's kind of amazing that he was able to make like a franchise around self glazing. Like he just makes himself look cool, and it's a successful franchise. I need to do something like that, or ad attack noise. Superman movie, nice. I might go see that tonight. That thunder is getting a lot closer. I'm back. The orange guy seems to be outliving everyone. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, the thunder is getting closer. I was getting sure it's getting closer. So I might have to take the car. Or maybe this is a sign that I just shouldn't go. I don't know. No, I don't know. I still want to go, but just kind of want to go through and get these like blotchy spots out. I don't know if the camera isn't really picking them up as much, but like I can see like the unevenness, and I kind of like to have like the shading ideally more evened out and kind of like almost digital looking, like in terms of like the, but I have a hard time with that. I just kind of go over it like very carefully again and kind of smooth it out and make it look kind of like a professional look a little bit. We'll kind of see how. I'm really excited to see how this piece looks post Krita, like once I do the editing and all that. I suspect it's gonna look sharp, but we'll see. I suspect it's gonna look sharp. Try to do like some broken off, like it's like a yellow or that sandstone stuff kind of. I don't know if it worked. It worked there really well. Some of these details in there for the extra oomph. I think you guys are gonna start hearing that thunder out there. It's getting up there. Not exactly. I haven't done that effect before on the rock. I just have like little slabs sort of kind of broken off of it, but it I need to like think about it more. I need to kind of work on that strategy. It's not something I've done too much of. I think having like little rocky roady, you know. You know, like little hints of worn out rock. I think I can get it. I need to kind of think about it a little bit more. Oh my god. Reclapate. Thank you so much for the follow. Hello. Welcome to the stream. We're over here just finishing up some rock formations. This piece is getting there. Slowly but surely. How's your day going, Reclapate? Reclapapate? The reclamation. One way I can do, I think what I need here is like a little bit of counter light on this side. Create the sense that there's a, sometimes you just gotta put like a little darkness and a little light next to each other and you got a little hole kind of thing going on. You know, you got like this neat little effect. I'm not doing the best job, but you know what I'm talking about. You just kind of create these like little divots and broken pieces of rock by just putting. It's like actually a very simple effect. Once you get it, you can like do these like little destroyed, chipped pieces very easily. But it looks like genius when you first see it. It's like, oh my god, how do they even do that? It's actually a super easy effect to do. And it makes everything look way more expensive, like. This, the name is hard to say because I'm French and my day was good and you. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. We have French people here. Not here right now, but we have, I'm acquainted. I've become acquainted with French people. Very cool. My day was great, by the way. My day was great. Great stream, great combos. I'm just drawing some Promethean inspired architecture. He's becoming like one of the pilots or whatever. He's ascending to the next level of his sort of, you know, kind of. That's the vibe I'm going for. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, bonjour. Yeah, I always forget. Very rude of me. I already know the word bonjour and I didn't even say it. One time a French girl came in here and we had French people here already and we were like joking around about our cultures and like a new French person came in and I made a frog joke and I think that person unfollowed me, so I'm gonna be more careful. Love French fries. Yes, we're big fans of French fries. And the Revolutionary War and all that. Thank you for the help with that. You know the raclette? You know the raclette? No. What is that? How do you say goodbye in? How do you say goodbye? In French. Sorry, I blanked out there for a second. Is the mic picking that up? Like, there's like legit thunder out there. I'm just surprised you guys. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but my computer get burnt out. Edao. Au Revor. I'm sorry, I'm not sure. I know it was Edao, right? Adu or something like that. Adul or do. Way off. Well, it's hard to learn French live if you have a French person helping you. Au revoir. I don't. Revoir. That say for the next C. That say for the next C. I was gonna say I'm somewhat. You could kind of call me a hero a little bit because I'm streaming during a thunderstorm, and you know your computer could theoretically get burnt out if you get hit. So I'm kind of pulling a. I'm doing a. Living on the edge right now. What's safe for the next? Are you asking me like what I'm gonna draw on my next picture? But if you're asking me what we're gonna be drawing in the next picture, I actually don't know. I think I told somebody I'm gonna do like medieval armor, which is a possibility. I'm gonna do a little. I'm gonna do a little edge. Al Rivor is in English for the next sea. Oh, okay. Al Rivor. But as far if you're asking me like what the next stream is gonna be, I'm thinking maybe like a Dark Soul style medieval armor. Maybe, I don't know. I'm doing a little edge highlighting, like there's light inside of, like, you know, there's light inside of here from the liquid or whatever. And I think it's gonna add a lot. You see how that just makes it so much cooler? Just that little edge of light, because there's light here, right? You just add a little light, boom. I'm almost afraid to go up in here and do that because I'm afraid it's gonna be too much. Like I'm over emphasizing, but that looks, God, that looks good. Just instantly upgraded that whole area. That really cool. Thank you. Oh my God, thank you so much. Guys, there's a thunderstorm coming, and I'm right at 7 hours, which is a good time for me to get off. So my if my house gets hit, my computer doesn't go poop. Oh my God! Thank you so much, BNJ07. Thank you. I really appreciate all the follows, guys. But yeah, there's a thunderstorm, and I want to not destroy my computer because of electric stuff. But yeah, this we can say is done. I might do a little bit of touching up before I post, before I do the editing in Krita, but I'm really happy with the results. And I'm right at 7 hours, so I'm just gonna do, okay. Anyway, I'm really happy with this. I appreciate all the raid and everyone who was here. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow around 10, 11. Kind of like in that range, maybe a little earlier, you never know. But yeah, kind of, and I usually stream for 7 hours, so yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate all of the you're breaking up. Gotcha. All right, well, I'm gonna